take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing in the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing rage, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had those stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Get a yo cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the push you good, better burst your pipes.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul.
back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. In the yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push blue, better burst your pipes.
كالفيت دامج وحاول تطلع على
وبالمخطبوط العراق موجود معانا ليخلص مدفع تواجد الايسبورت مع
تكسر الوضع تاع اوبا حاليا على خرج لوحده بصراحه
هذا الليد لم يكن في مكان مناسب. سيكتور يا سيكتور يا سيكتور يا سيكتور.
Hi everyone, welcome back to PMPL Arabia Super Weekend. We're at our halfway point, day number 2 out of 3. Tomorrow will be the very last day, but we saw so much action from day number 1, huge turn of events as well. And if you guys want to keep in tune and connected with all of us, with all the action happening in the tournament, check out all of us on our socials. We have YouTube, we have Facebook, and we have TikTok. Hashtag PMPL Arabia. Let us know which teams are you rooting for and which teams do you think are going to win PMPL Arabia. So guys, very, very excited to be here. I'm actually joined here with my co-cast. So that's going to be Imperium, the one and only. So let's take a look and see. I mean, Imperium, yesterday was honestly just so crazy. And I mean, I'm so excited to be doing this with you today.
Man, it's kind of like I looked at the leaderboards from yesterday. Not gonna
Mm-hmm.
lie, I didn't really check out the games yesterday. I will admit that. So apologies if I'm a little bit kind of like flabbergasted, because I looked at leaderboards this morning and I was like, "What are we in Stranger Things? Are we on the other side?"
We're
Right?
in the upside
Uh,
down. Yep.
the team, and of course we'll get into it more deeply, but the first thing we need to talk about is the elephant in the room. The team that finished 16th in League Week 1 is now first place. With what? I don't know what
Yeah.
happened, but credit to 4K. Incredible turnaround. The thing is, can they continue it today, right? Can they keep up the same standard?
Absolutely. And maybe, I mean, maybe they all had a Monster because Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, is bringing you this broadcast. And I don't know about you, Imperium, but I definitely love my Monsters. I think we talked a couple days ago, us here in the USA, we have a lot higher or larger portfolio of flavors for sure, but Monster is definitely my go-to for some caffeine in the day.
Maybe that's what 4K had. They got a little bit of extra Monster on board. That would make sense.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the format for this tournament. We have all the players are going to be pretty much following this exact same format. Yeah, I mean, this the schedule. This format was released kind of at the very beginning of the tournament, so they all know. I mean, we've had this for a couple of seasons. 20 teams, right, per region, 5
Yeah.
groups, and we're alternating in the weekdays that we saw this past Tuesday, Wednesday, and then now we are here in the Super Weekends, top 16 from the league play. So minus the 4 that didn't quite qualify, 5 matches, 3 days a week, all leading up into the finals.
The really exciting part about the Super Weekend is that the top 16 teams, it's throughout those 3 days. So you really get a sense, and it gives an opportunity for these teams to really adapt from the Thursday, Friday, Saturdays games in terms of uh, improving, rather than kind of
Hmm.
hit and miss of a different group here, a different group there, and that little bit of uncertainty. It really allows you to take full advantage of the previous day's results and the VOD reviews that can come with it. And of course, moving into the finals, the top 16 teams across all of the combined Super Weekends will make it into the finals, which of course does matter quite a good bit.
Yeah, all the finals, Super Weekends, weekdays. We, of course, have the exact same point structure for all the teams. So everyone, they're playing for that winner chicken dinner. And here we are in Super Weekend, by the way. Every single chicken dinner is going to be worth $1,000 in cash money. But you can see here the placements at the top. There's only like a 3-2 point difference between those. It's those elimination points, Imperium, that I want to see these teams really go for.
And I'm going to use this moment to at least throw an observation out there between the fall split and the spring split in terms of day one of the Super Weekend. So bear with me for a sec. The top two teams in day one of Super Weekend in the full split PMPL Arabia have an average of 15.5 points
Oh,
difference
yeah.
between placement points and elimination points. When you compare that to the spring split, the top two teams only had a difference of 6.5. Now, I don't know what that means in terms of overall point of view.
Mhm.
What that does initially tell me is that there's a slightly heavier execution in day one of this Super Weekend on getting into the late game by the top two teams. Because even when I look at the elimination points between spring split and fall split day one of Super Weekend number one, they're very similar. That might sound confusing, and I don't know what it means, but based on the point system graphic, I thought it was just a little bit of an interesting observation to throw out there. And I'm curious again how much that will continue throughout the rest of this Super Weekend.
Yeah, the prize pool though, this is what all these teams are going to be playing for, right? The big money for sure. And I already mentioned just in Super Weekends, every single chicken dinner that you get is going to be $1,000 added to your prize pool. So yesterday we had Road to Glory, we had Twisted Minds, we had 4K, all of these kind of big teams that, or should I say, I mean, it was kind of surprising. I think Twisted Minds, like 4K, those kind of teams, like our Road to Glory, these are the teams that were kind of at the bottom of the league stages. is to, come out on top, get a chicken dinner. What a way to start off the weekend. But Imperium, there's so much more money in this tournament with the league prize money and then the finals.
Yeah, exactly. 45K across all of the Super Weekend games. So there's another 5 grand to be grabbed across today's 5 games. We yet to, of course, see a team grab 2 chicken dinners in day 1. So, or at least 2 chicken dinners in one day, or even a second chicken dinner, of course, within that day. So we might see a come through in this one. And look, the money speaks for itself. It's not going to be the first thing on their minds in game, but it's certainly something to think about as you get through the latter stages of the tournament.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, the finals, they're definitely playing for, that's where the big money's at too, but you can't forget about the rest of the schedule. So here we are sitting on the middle of the Super Weekend number 1. We still have quite a lot of this tournament to go, having 2 more weeks of league play and then Super Weekends to make it into the finals. So there's a little bit of a week off between that 3rd Super Weekend and the finals, and the teams can really start to prepare for those 3 days that really matter.
Yeah, exactly. Going through the weeks and the days. It's a long haul. It's a long haul, and it takes a lot of fortitude. It takes a lot of mentality and a lot of psychological ability to get through all the days and to go through the ups and downs of it, and of course getting into the finals. As we do look at the participating teams, this is the participating teams of this weekend's Super Weekend. So yeah, 4, 8, 12, 16. I was just like, am I right? Am I missing teams? Indeed, those are the 16 teams participating in the first Super Weekend. The Monica, again, we have to highlight 4K Esports. It had a stellar day 1.
Oh man, 4K was just, I even got to talk to a few of them, and it was just such a shock because, like you said, they were the 16th place coming into from league play, and for them to be on the first place versus, I mean, it's literally complete opposite. NIGMA Galaxy ended league play in 1st, and then they're in the bottom right now.
What did 4K say to you about it? Like, what was their kind of reasons behind the turnaround?
I mean, they did say that they knew they had to do better, obviously, in Super Weekend, but I think it was in league play, some teams, they kind of sandbagged themselves a little bit, just not to expose those strats, not, expose their efforts and stuff, but I don't think that was really intent. I think they just knew they were playing badly, even though they were trying in league play.
Fair.
And they knew that it was like, okay, now we need to clean it up. Now we're going to go for the chicken dinner. They got the 1K and are currently sitting at up and top. So I think it was just like an honest, just awareness of how they were playing and fixing it.
That's great, and it's so important that you're able to do that, right? It's such of course the teams are competing against each other, and when you have 20 teams, you want to be better than all the other teams around you. But I would argue at the best of times, the most important team you need to be better than is yourself, right? If you can improve on your previous day's performance, you're automatically going to put yourself in the best position of being better than other teams around you. Because if you're constantly chasing one team, another team, you're kind of stripping away the focus on yourself. And it's clear to see, based on you talking to them and their performance, that they took a step back and they took a hard look at how they were playing, go, no, we can do better. By golly, did they do better.
Yeah, and the performance, especially in the day 1, like you said, it's so important because it sets the tone for the rest of the weekend.
True.
Coming into day 2 or day 3, if you're a team at the bottom, like Triple Esports, like NIGMA Galaxy, some of those teams right down there, it's kind of like now I just kind of threw away 5 matches, and I gotta work even harder to get those back versus the teams at the top, Twisted Minds, 4K, all of them. They're just, hey, we're flying high right now, and we can be aggressive because we can afford it.
Yeah, exactly. There's more teams I'm definitely looking forward to highlighting from the overall standings of day 1. I just didn't want to spoil too much. It was obvious we needed to, and we should be talking about 4K, and the fact that you got to speak to them about it is even more positive, and I'm going to be looking so much more closely at how they perform in the rest of the Super Weekend, again, to really see how much they're going to adapt from the teams around them.
Definitely. So the overall standings, though, let's take a look. I mean, like Imperium said, we kind of spoiled some of it already, but I'm sure if you're following along, this isn't really any kind of surprise to you. But yeah, if you were to ask me before yesterday started, who do you think is going to be on top after day number 1? This literally would have been completely flipped around for me.
I know, right?
I would have kind of expected these teams kind of more at the bottom.
I do want to highlight Road to Glory as well in their own right, currently lying in 5th place with a total of 49 points. When you take, and I'm going to try not to do this so much, especially in week 2 and week 3, but as of right now, I suppose it's one of the main things we can draw upon is in League Week 1, they finished 15th, right? They just about scraped by. So to turn that around once again into 5th place overall is super positive. Like a couple of teams, notably the top 2, I am cautious of the fact that they have a pretty decent gap between placement points and elimination points, i.e., are they relying too much on the late game? Outside of that, it's a good start from Road to Glory.
Yeah, I think something you've mentioned to me before was just having that kind of ratio, like golden ratio between placement and elim points. Because obviously you want to be a team that has that fragging power, that Twisted Minds 4K that can show us, but being able to survive long enough into the games, like 4K beyond that Sanhok that they died first, every single other game, the worst performance they had was a 4th place finish, which is, outstanding. So being able to survive that long has allowed them to rack up those eliminations.
Definitely, and consistency will always help you and benefit you when it comes to the super weekends, right? Because especially when you're going from day to day, like I mentioned within that super weekend, it gives you maybe a little bit more confidence to build on the previous day's results and eke out a stronger performance across the board as you take a look at the second page. Obviously, no NIGMA Galaxy on the top 8. We're already on the second page. They are currently Monica, and I'm hoping you can shed a bit more light because, like I mentioned, I didn't see yesterday's games. NIGMA are in 12th place.
Man, I don't know. The only good game that NIGMA Galaxy had yesterday was on Sanhok, where I believe they finished about 3rd place. Not too many eliminations, also they still ended in the overall points for the match down in probably 6th place or so. But it just seemed like such an off day for NIGMA Galaxy. I believe it was I want to say it was the last game. They rotated from Pachinki, went through kind of the farm coastal lands, stopped at a compound where I want to say it was Twisted Minds was all set up at, and they just lost the most unfortunate 4 versus 4. I think one of the last players of NIGMA Galaxy, he had everybody was knocked from either side except one player from each. He peeked out, went to go flush a player, and I think there was too many vehicles, too many knocked players, and just couldn't see the last remaining player of Twisted Minds, and he got taken out like that. So that was super unfortunate.
Oh look, I'm not too worried in the grand scheme of things in terms of what NIGMA Galaxy have proven to us between Spring Split and PMGC, even though I'm trying not to use those events as an anchor of what we should be expecting from NIGMA in terms of just because they did well those events doesn't mean they get a pass for not doing well this event, because I expect them to perform better. And I'm not too worried because I think they will. However, one caveat that I want to bring about, even though we don't know the full scope of information on it, Monica, is those PMGC points. Again, we don't know how the PMGC slots are going to be calculated, but speculating if it's similar to last year, where you had the Super Weekend points secure from Spring Split and Fall Split, that means that, I know NIGMA won the Spring Split, they got a high amount of points, but again, the less points they get in the Fall Split, the easier it is for other teams around them to catch up to them. Again, it's pure speculation, but it was something that I wanted to mention against NIGMA Galaxy so far.
Yeah, with qualifying for PMGC, I mean that's PUBG Mobile Global Championship, right? That's for the highest level that any of these teams can play for. But let's see a look at the map schedule though for today. So it's a little bit different from League Play Imperium, as we have the added Sanhok this time around that we didn't get to see a couple days ago. We saw it just one match yesterday, so 3 Erangels, 1 Miramar, and 1 Sanhok.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what we see in the. Excited to take a look at what we see from today's Sanhok game and how it's going to be built from yesterday's first Sanhok game of the PMPL Arabia. Outside of that, once again, it's nice to see a continued amount of Erangel games, with that being the focus for these teams, which kind of does play a little bit into Twisted Minds, despite them having a very solid day. 2 of the 3 Erangel games they got, the first Erangel and the second Erangel, you only got 5 points in each. So again, if it's a trend that we see continue from Twisted Minds where they're struggling on Erangel, we could see them fall down the standings.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, any team who has Erangel locked down and can be super consistent on that is going to do well in this kind of format, because not overwhelmingly, but we play way more Erangel than all the other maps for sure. So yeah, it's not quite enough just to be, hey, we're really good on Sanhok. That's great, but you play it 1 out of 5 matches in any of the Super Weekend days.
And here we go, the first game of the day in Super Weekend number 2, brought to you, of course, by the Oppo Reno Series 7 upgrade power and upgrade performance. You know how it works. Get involved. Get inside the Oppo Reno 7. Improve your gameplay. The playing path is not really going to be too much of an improvement per se, as it does favor more of the southwesterly direction, Monica.
Yeah, all the way down there, we're seeing teams that like road to glory, going all the way up to Yasnaya. You know, they do share it with Falcons during the league plays, but of course Falcons are not in the Super Weekend. But going all the way up to Yasnaya, that's going to be no brainer for them. Probably dropping a little shy, going for some of those vehicle spawns if they can get all the way up there. But they have to be a little bit wary of some of the other teams that land in the general area, like GEEKAY and GEEKAY and Razak. So that's going to be quite the jump for them.
90th minute, dropping down on the southeastern side of the map, down by Primorse. They're coming into this 8th place, bang on middle of the pack as Phazon pops up. It's a little bit complementary to the playing path. It's also generally nicely centralized as well, a tiny bit to the west, but I don't think the teams will be really complaining about it too much.
Yeah, this is a pretty casual circle, right? No one's like some of those military base. Oh, by the way, Imperium, I think on one of the days for his for the league play, we had that one that was questionably main island military base on the western side. We had almost a complete opposite yesterday, where it was flipped, where it was halfway on the main island by Milta and then all the way down to military base. But it did go on main island. So I have a feeling a military base circle is coming up soon.
I don't think it's going to be today. I sorry, when I say today, I mean this game. I don't think it's going to be quite this game, as an initial engagement is starting out between the Only One and Twisted Minds. A little bit of a fight over the Shark Fin compound. Ragnarok is swinging it on the side as zero guns being picked up by N7R. He's going to be out. So that's the Only One, losing 2 players off the bat.
This is actually the infamous compound where NIGMA Galaxy rotated into and was taken out by Twisted Mind. So I think Twisted Mind, this is where we're comfortable. This is where we know how to take a fight, and they know it better than any other team in this lobby. So Twisted Mind, they're showing us why they're number 3 on the standings right now.
Okay, so it seems like Twisted Minds are starting as they mean to go on, I suppose. Coming into today in a really high position, 3rd overall in the standings. And to be fair, out of the top 3 teams, right there, in my opinion, they looked, even though I kind of highlighted the potential negativity of Erangel specifically, to me, they looked the healthiest of the top 3, purely because of the points balance. And the Only One, Spaghetti-O.
Oh, gosh.
They're about to lose a 3rd.
Yeah, you said Twisted Minds are the healthiest, and it's definitely the only one. Just, you know, need to be put in the hospital right now because they are literally bleeding to death. With literally the only one left of the Only One is on a buggy running for his life.
Now, the Only One, look, I think out of the teams that were coming into the first Super Weekend, nothing against them, but I really thought, I'm not surprised at where they are in the overall standings. I knew this would be a little bit of a struggle for them, and that it will take them a bit longer to adapt if they can to the teams in the lobby. So out of this specific situation of what happened, fundamentally, the only one you kind of got to look at it in terms of when you have a plane path that's heavily down the southwest, which I pointed out, you got to know that there's a much higher chance that teams are going to be stretched out looking for vehicles around that eastern side. So if you can't comfortably get those vehicles to begin with, you're really putting yourself under unnecessary pressure. So for me, the only one, just try and have a secondary drop spot, right? Maybe think about what you can do better. Possibly drop a military island on the north roadside, pick up vehicles and make your way across the eastern bridge. That kind of adaptability, I think, would really benefit the only one.
Yeah, the only one. They just, I definitely want to see a little bit more from them because they are kind of towards the bottom. They're usually landing down, has spread out the shelter kind of prison area. So this is kind of a new spot for them. What's also kind of interesting here is NIGMA Galaxy, they go Pachinki, right? And that's a spot where it's totally, accessible to how far south that plane path was. So here we saw them, they're at the 5-minute mark, and they just started driving into Pachinki. And I think that was something that we were seeing them from yesterday, where they were really slow on the rotations from Erangel, and they kept getting caught off rotation.
That's something that I will definitely be observing in this kind of phase one. I suppose they don't need to kind of move too early, but I do understand if they kind of disengage away from Pachinki relatively early on because they are near the centers. Triple Esports are rotating.
Yeah, Triple Esports, another one of those teams kind of towards the bottom. Triple Esports is one that usually lands all the way out into the Milta area. So I like how they've identified, hey, the circle is on the opposite side of where we landed. We were at about the 6-minute mark. This is good time management from them because they're taking the time to rotate, probably find a more central position where they can do kind of looting 2.0, the second part of looting, and then also still have a good position before everyone else starts to rotate too.
I really like how you mentioned that, and I know you kind of said looting 2.0, but I think it's something that as a strategy teams either have or should have a little bit in mind, where you do split your looting phase into two halves. It's definitely situational. I've never really thought about it in this kind of structural sense, and I'm sure other teams have, but I'm really glad you bring that point up, because if you're able to utilize that as a team and having a split up looting phase of one part and then you rotate and you have the second part, I think that can really help you cover your time management well.
You have some teams that, when you play, like when we play classics, right? It's like you drop and then we're not leaving till we have a level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, level 3 backpack, like all the attachments on my M4 sort of situation. But here in the professional competitive level, you can start the game with a level 1 helmet, right? You don't really need that much stuff, but hopefully you'll take, a fight, you'll loot some more, and eventually you'll be, set up there for that late game, like good level 2, good level 3. You don't necessarily need hey, we're gonna loop for 15 minutes until we're all kitted out and then start to rotate. Like that's way overkill.
Definitely. A lot of key parts of this phase one being locked under control already as we get into the 8th minute mark of the game. Major pride around Everest. You have GEEKAY around kind of Ruins, Watertown, splitting. All right, already have a player in the Q compound. I like where these teams are located.
POWR, they usually land around in the GEEKAY area, right? But now as teams are starting to converge in, it's getting a little, they're pretty spread out. These compounds that they're all at are all, targets that everyone is trying to take up. So being this spread out, I think they're leaving a little bit vulnerable. They're a little bit vulnerable here, that they might not be able to, or they might, lose one and then not be able to support the other.
Definitely, that split is a risky split. I commend them for attempting to pull it off, but I certainly do see the risks, as you pointed out.
Yeah. So here we are, 4 players down at this point. Not any team out completely yet. So still have all 16 teams here. Pride coming in from the South Georgia Pole, landing up onto the Mount Everest area. We had a semi-similar circle like this that we ended day number 1 Super Weekend for, and Pride surprisingly did not take that Mount Everest ridge. They kind of came down a little bit further in GEEKAY, so I like that now they've sent 2 up, had a huge vantage point, as we have the circle shift right centered onto them.
And, you know, you highlighted the potential risk with Power Esports being too heavily split. Kind of has been the case. You could see in the map feed there, the circle shifted. One player that was on the compound to the north of Chopsticks got knocked, and the rest of the team are nowhere kind of near enough to him to really respond, and there's no body advantage. Okay, that is getting there. However, luckily for them, Conqueror Iraq don't know that, so the revive is coming through, but by no means does it leave Power in an absolutely safe position. To me, they've just wasted time.
Yeah, definitely wasted time and then wasted resources, right? Like their vest is probably falling apart right now in shambles, kind of duct taped together. The bandages, the first days that they're using, now they're, instead of 3, they're down to 2, for example, like that. So you definitely want to be a little bit more conservative of what you have on your body and in your backpack this early in the game.
I would love to see that as a I forget what you call it, as a graphical thing where on your body the armor would kind of like fall off as you get damaged, or as you'd bandage you'd put duct tape on it and the duct tape would kind of strip off as you take shots. I know that'd be a cool visual to me, but either way, NASR Esports are going for the compound that's to the west of Headshot Hills, and it's a pretty good compound based on how Phase 2 shifted. I worry that they haven't covered to the west of them enough, but in terms of covering the east and any team that might potentially come in late, they have a good spot.
And this is everyone's kind of clustering up right into the center, and I'm a little bit scared for this hard shift that may come soon. I mean, a lot of these compounds here, everyone's taking up, but that's great, but there's not a lot of, I guess, opportunities for action, because if you get a knock, you're not really going to see that many teams full on crashing, take a full team fight, because there's so many other teams in the vicinity. They can't afford it, because someone's going to come in like 4th party you, then 5th party you. It's just so many teams just concentrated in the same GEEKAY general fields.
Feels like they're going to kind of trip each other up, right? On this Phase 3, possibly Phase 4 shift. Power Esports have somewhat learned from their mistake, and they have a 2-2 split, and arguably the 2-2 split they're able to support each other a lot more, so I do appreciate that. And NIGMA have sent the full squad into the compound north of Chopstick that one of the Power players were in a few minutes ago, so luckily they 100% haven't lost a player based on the timing of it.
Rad, one of the teams also at the very, very bottom. Bottom of the standings and bottom of the circle, because they're rotating in on the southern side. We take a look over, although no one kind of up in that Georgia Pole area. Again, Power, they had a player knocked, right, and they've kind of concentrated up once again. They still are kind of split up Imperium, though. Like you can see all these teams converging, staying 4-man together, and they're still the only ones kind of splitting in that central area.
Yeah, I can appreciate it. I can appreciate it as the circle centers up, and that is a hell of a donut shift right now. No hard shift, Monica.
No hard shift at all. We'll wait for the 7th phase hard shift. I'm kidding. That's probably not going to happen. But I kind of alluded to this, right? I was scared for Power, right? Because there's a lot of little compounds here, and they're getting a little bit greedy. Where like, hey, I'm going to put one in this really good compound here, another one in this also really good compound over in this way, and on the back of the buggy that's pretty out in the open, as they just came back, like Ubered the other player back, and they're all going to be at a very small compound now.
It seems like they're spending too much time rotating, but it does at least work out a little bit in their favor. As NASR send one player forward, and he gets split, blown up to smithereens, and Power do pick up a free elimination. The concern is still there for me, because that was more NASR's mistake, but Power is spending a little bit too much time rotating.
I mean, NASR losing a player this early, that's putting a smile on the faces of 4K and Twisted Minds that are right kind of sandwiched around them on the leaderboards for sure. But yeah, we're starting to get a little bit more concentrated. Pride still staying up and having that huge vantage point on Mount Everest, which is a really, really great spot to have, because I've seen this circle kind of shift back up onto the mountainside there. We'll see if it keeps staying up there. NASR, though, getting a little bit of action themselves, finding them in a limb on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, even though it's been a donut circle shift, it is still going to be that natural cluster teams coming together, especially closer to the edge of the circle down in the southeast. Twisted Minds playing outside. You have 4K pushing on to Power. This is an important fight that's going to break out between these two teams. Pre-nades a frenzy on toward the side of the building. Kante is going to get the knock onto one knock, followed by a second onto Darby. 4K, they push, but they pushed in one simple direction, relied on the side of the building. They have two players left. They're down to a sliver of health, and as quick as they come, Power squad out 4K.
4K literally caught in 4K with their pants down on their ankles because they all crashed up here, right? And it was just, I don't know, maybe a little bit too confident from yesterday being in number one, but I think you're saying, because NIGMA Galaxy has some teams lingering in the distance, and like we said, this is the opportunity for a third party, fourth party, crashing up on everybody.
It was more that on the elimination feed, I saw that Anaconda in some way, shape, or form actually took himself out. In some way, I don't know how it worked, but either way, it was a confident engagement by confident defense from Power. They were quick to react. They got the pre-nades off, and they worked it in their favor extremely well. And honestly, fair play, because I said they spent quite a bit of time in the early game rotating. Too much time. They stick to one compound as a full squad. Lo and behold, they're rewarded with a squad out win as the next circle. It centers up once again.
Maybe they're one of those teams that just constantly needs to be moving to stay awake and on their toes, you know?
Fair.
I guess it's working for Power for now, but yeah, it was a lot of movement before. So I'm guessing their vehicles don't have that much gas left. But let's take a look. 4K though, leading up to the crash onto the building with Power.
Wow, that was also a drive-by knock replay onto one of the players at Twisted Minds before they indeed went for the crash. So they tried to take someone with them per se as they went down in a blaze of glory. Like I said, phase 4 centering up. We've yet to see Hardshift in this game, and call it a good thing, call it a bad thing, because it's in around Everest, but definitely a little bit unexpected. Pride, Major Pride, and GEEKAY both on top of Everest.
I mean, the players, they like these more forgiving, I guess, circles. You can say it because it's a little bit more what you can expect, and you just kind of play their game, come in a little bit more. I mean, here we have NASR, and this is the team from number 2 on the standings, and a vehicle that is about to explode, and it certainly does. So out goes out of the lobby one of the players, and we are down to only 2 from NASR.
Naturally, as the circle shrinks, the area of cover shrinks, the compound shrink, and it becomes only tougher and tougher as CONQUEROR pushing onto Twisted Minds, and it goes down. Vigors and Dami, the 2 players left standing, and if it's not CONQUEROR, Mona gets possibly triple esports on the eastern high ground area, ready to third party this engagement, and they need to get their guns out. They need to get aggressive because they have a prime opportunity to take out 2 teams at once.
Twisted Minds, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place, but we still have Dami out to the side and finding the shots onto Car. These are glorious knocks that are coming out from Dami, and Triple Esports is just lingering on the horizon, looking to get a piece of this action.
And CONQUEROR under a lot of pressure, but they're still alive, providing they can get the revives off. The blue zone of phase 4 is getting ever closer. Dami has prime control. He gets the shots while scoops in, throws us down. CONQUEROR down to just a solo. They're abandoning ship. They're abandoning their teammates. Kalaga's on his own.
Man, Kalaga just, I've never seen somebody just get out of, hit the eject button so quickly, but they really forgot about Dami. He was lasering the shots from up the hill, and they just still drove out into the open on the buggy and assumed they were in the free. And Dami was just, easy pickings for him. So CONQUEROR, I don't know they're conquering that hillside, but one player as a solo going for the survival as Triple Esports. They focus their attention a little bit more on the circle to try to get into this next one.
CONQUEROR indeed do go down eventually. NIGMA Galaxy pushing in. Actually, no, from a distance do get a knock into one of the Power Esports players. A fight now between Rad and OOREDOO. Thunders is breaking out with Rad. 2 players knocked. it's not looking good for them. Hassan has to prone down a little bit as he does take that tiny bit of nade damage. You can see his teammate Hamko from another side is chucking out those nades. I think that's the rest of OOREDOO Thunder from the side pushing in. They need to make this engagement count. The next circle is shifted and both of these teams are outside the circle. Get the squad right, focus on what's going on, and that's exactly what they do. OOREDOO Thunder's Smoker smokes Rad.
What really made that fight was OOREDOO Thunder setting 2 players out wide and able to cut off the angle, because the OOREDOO Thunders, they didn't really have visualization onto Rad from up the hill, able to come to the side, as we do see Major Pride having the high upper ground, pushing up and looking down onto YALLA, getting a second knock one more time. There's one person hanging on for his dear life. He gets a knock right in the back. He is able to do it. Wow, and it's going to be a 1 versus 1 Imperium. Pride versus YALLA.
Potentially 1v3. Bumper is going to be on a little bit of health, but you can see the pre-fire shots come through. Milky Way is knocked down with a little bit of help at 90th minute. Bumper is able to survive and maybe bump himself up. Milky Way goes down. Is that the whole of Major Pride? No, because Nomi is still alive. Either way, it's going to be so difficult for Bumper to survive, as he is having to get inside the vehicle and make his way in. 90th minute, hanging on to the outside of the circle, looking to pick up the scragglers around the high ground of Everest. And indeed, that's going to be the name of the game, as Nomi is going to get a little bit of revenge on YALLA.
I mean, Bumpa, that's surely going in the highlight reel. 1 versus 3 of that entire team, but Major Pride is going to get the very last lap as Nomi, last one from his team, keeping his eyesights at 90th minute, but just completely forgot to watch in the right-hand corner of his eye and does get taken out in 11th position.
I really like that from 90th minute, because they had to cover the building. They know that at this stage of the game, the best thing they can do is rely on the eliminations and hope for the best. As Triple Esports going to try and take advantage of R8, and indeed they do, give them those free eliminations, but a little bit of street revenge from it as going to take down the final player, Triple Esports. Can he get the revives off? Possibly. It all depends. It's a matter of time. His phase 5 blue zone is starting to close in. NIGMA, Galaxy on the south side, NASR are going to get eliminated. We are left with 8 teams, Monica.
I like how NIGMA Galaxy to try to carve out a foothold in the circle, threw down some smoke first, and then drove their supercar right into the middle of the smoke to have that little bit of cover. But 90th minute, coming from that compound, crashing up on the bottom hand side of, I believe it's POWR, who is a little bit too focused on OOREDOO Thunders across the way. Are they even aware that there's somebody knocking on their back door about to take them down?
I was just gonna say, POWR, why are you focusing on what's going on? Check your backs, my friends. Have you not looked at your kind of post and said there's a postman present about to deliver you a message in the flurry of nades and bullets? And 90 minutes is gonna get a little bit of punishment at the hands of OOREDOO Thunder. So POWR, despite them getting knocked onto OOREDOO Thunder is gonna in return actually help them in this somewhat isolated engagement between POWR and 90th minute. It's yet to really break out, like I said, because of the potential third party for 90th minute. As the circle shifts down the southeast, both of these teams are now outside of phase 6.
I mean, if you were to look up the dictionary and see the word tunnel vision, that's what you would see from POWR, as I think now, one, keeping their eyes onto GEEKAY, but 90th minute now crashing up onto the back end. They're opening the fight here as POWR watching his 90th minute, and they're able to take them all down out in 7th place.
Aziz is going to be able to help his team stay alive, and POWR have found a golden spot to hold on to, and although they have to move away, they've picked up, I believe, 9 eliminations from that compound, including 2 squad wipes. You will take that at the drop of a hat, as we are 5 teams left in this game. GEEKAY go down, 15 players alive. That is an average of 3 players per team.
Man, NIGMA Galaxy, what a turn of events, because they started off today in 12th, 13th position here. They're pretty quiet this match so far, but they're currently at 5 eliminations. As I said, we see Hamadi get knocked and Raul also going down onto Z. So they're actually only standing at 2-man up on their feet, road to glory, everyone looking in their general direction.
Woo! NIGMA Galaxy, they may have the circle, however, that means they're the focus of the circle. Everybody's looking in their direction as OOREDOO Thunder's gonna try and take full advantage of it. It's all flat, Monica. You're just relying on
Yep.
whatever hardcover you've been able to set up and any potential hay bales.
I mean, there's only so many hail bales, right, that you can hide behind. OOREDOO Thunder's moving up a little bit closer, almost running over his own teammate, actually. But this is the point where everyone's on their bellies. Everyone is just kind of spraying through all the bushes and trying to find any hit markers that they can, Imperium.
You see smoke, you shoot at smoke, you hope to get a hit marker, and you hope for the best. That's kind of what all of these teams are looking to do, right? And they're not really going to care who it is, as Hassan chucks a nade is going to get a knock into Halaji. Returned by Aziz. Incredibly needed, required, as Aziz is the final player up, unless he gets the revives. But as he goes for it, it can't quite work out. That is down, confirmed. NIGMA Galaxy, third party. We're down to our final 3 teams. Valiant effort from POWR, but NIGMA shut them down.
Man, I thought POWR was going to be such a contender for the last parts of the game, but I think just descending down, losing 2-2 early, it just wasn't quite enough. So we're really looking at OOREDOO Thunder, NIGMA Galaxy to potentially take this game, but we still have a duel from Road to Glory. They're on the edges here, but the circle does shift away from NIGMA Galaxy, OOREDOO Thunders, and Road to Glory. They do have it.
Road to Glory could be on point for a chicken dinner, because you look at OOREDOO Thunder, they're punished, they're broken and beaten down, and they're focused on by NIGMA Galaxy. And if Road to Glory can pick up on that, send a nade across the way, it seems to be the case, going a little bit too far away to really connect in all the right ways. But I gotta wonder, how much utility do these teams have left? How much smokes? How many nades? Another nade goes out by Nabo, but it doesn't connect, Monica.
Road to Glory was actually the team that won the first chicken dinner of yesterday, also on Erangel. I mean, they're down to a duel. It's going to be quite the uphill battle, but I don't know if they have any of those utilities left. We saw, I believe, with their last grenade come out. But OOREDOO Thunders, they still have it on that western side of the circle. In the meantime, NIGMA Galaxy, they're just creeping in further and further and just hoping they don't garner any attention, right, from any of these teams. They're really hoping a fight will break out between Road to Glory and OOREDOO Thunders, and they'll use that as their opportunity to creep on a little closer.
3v4v2. 3 teams left, and nade goes towards NIGMA. Roof is down to about half health. OOREDOO Thunder knows that there's a player behind that crate. It's prime target. From a body standpoint, OOREDOO Thunders do have the advantage, but like I said, that potential threat of a thorn in the side from Road to Glory is their RTG, looking to seal the deal. Roof goes down, a beautiful molly by Hassan. Gets on target. That's going to be another NIGMA Galaxy confirmed up. Still 3 teams left. 4v2v2.
Yeah, Roof spent a little bit too much time by that crate drop because obviously somebody is going to be behind it going for that new kitted level 3 armor. But now it's going to be putting NIGMA Galaxy only 2 creeping forward as an OOREDOO Thunder still all 4 up. Nice player management here and spreading out a little bit wider and having those angles and having all the control going into this last circle of the match.
I understand RTG are down to 2 players, and again, I wonder how much utility. However, I feel like they missed a bit of an opportunity to third party off the back of OOREDOO Thunder being so gun heavy onto the side of NIGMA Galaxy. But Road to Glory, maybe they're just going to be happy with second place. Maybe they're going for that second place position with the amount of players they have down as Nabo's finished off. Hassan goes for another drive-by. It's absolutely crazy. And NIGMA Galaxy are out. OOREDOO Thunders find another elimination point up to 13, and just 1 more player left. Vault inside the grassy pastures of Erangel. The flat fields looking to flat engagement onto OOREDOO Thunders, but in a 1v4, it's going to be a hell of a mountain to climb as the players of OOREDOO Thunder swarm around and get the final elimination, and they seal themselves a chicken dinner on Erangel.
You know a team is playing confident when they send one out wide in a vehicle to run over the little solos hiding in the bushes, and that's exactly what OOREDOO Thunder did. This is their, I believe this is their second chicken dinner of the entire weekend. They won one yesterday, and what a way to put themselves even higher on the standing. So I wouldn't be surprised if OOREDOO Thunders was currently now up top after 4K went out way too early.
A confident result. Let's look straight at the match ranking of that game 1, Monica, and just really take a look at what happened from a point standpoint.
Wow.
15 eliminations, 15 placement points, 30 in total for OOREDOO Thunders.
You can see how 15 eliminations and next closest is 9 eliminations from POWR. How much they hogged all the eliminations in the match for certain. But I mean, every single one of these teams here, with the exception of NIGMA, these are teams that were at the top now in Super Weekend, but weren't that high in league stages. So it's just, these teams are just finally waking up. They had their monsters and they've woken up and are now performing in Super Weekend.
And I also kind of it was difficult, right? Because on one hand, to be fair, the circles were pretty nicely shifting. There was no massive hard shifts in my opinion, especially, within the first 4 circles. The first 4 phases were so clean. However, as it happens, it meant that it kind of forced the circles to end up going into flat terrain that was very open. And I really got to give a lot of credit to 90th Minute in that regard, because despite them only getting 6 points, I really think they put themselves in the best position to get as many points as they could. It was just they were shut down by a very good POWR Esports as we move on to the second page.
Second page, we do see Major Pride, Triple Esports, NASR. They're going to be kind of right at the top of the second page, right? But some of the teams that, 4K, they were in number 1. I mean, they had a fluke yesterday, right, in Sanhok, where every other match they had 4th place and above, and you had a chicken dinner. Sanhok was the one they went out just like this. First 0 elimination. So maybe this is their fluke game, right? Like, we're still warming up. Maybe we'll see the 4K that performed and all those matches yesterday show up for the rest of these matches. But I mean, I'm sure they will be able to come back, hopefully. But we're also seeing NASR is. We haven't seen the overall standings yet, but they were in number 2 in the overall, also not having that great of a performance.
Yeah, you highlighted it when we looked at the first page, right? A lot of the middling teams, i.e. from, 5th place down per se, maybe 3rd if you want to include Twisted Minds, disregard CONQUEROR with all due respect, did get pretty good results. So that, I suppose, should mean that the overall standings will have closed up a lot more heavily, and to me, that's only a positive.
Well, let's take a look at some of the OPPO moments highlights from this past match. It was certainly so action-packed, as we're seeing that POWR, that 90. I think if it was any other team besides 90th Minute, they would have been able to take POWR out of this match, right? Because they kind of took forever to push on up. POWR somehow was completely oblivious, and it was still able to defend the compound even with a huge late start in joining that fight.
Yeah, I did give relevant criticism to POWR from the first 3 circles. I say relevant because it was factually true, right? And maybe I leaned on them because I was worried they weren't going to kind of stay in one compound. I thought they were going to continue, and sometimes when a team spends a lot of time rotating in the first 3 circles or so, it shows a lack of confidence, right? But it's quite clear that, look, once POWR did get that first elimination, they were like, look, this is the compound we're going to stay in. We're going to hold it, and by God, did they hold it well.
Yeah, that was their, I think that was a 3rd or so compound in GEEKAY that they kept moving around all over the place, and they finally called that one home. So I guess they picked the right compound to take, because they ended up in a 3rd position for sure. But yeah, they had us scratching our heads for kind of the first half of the match, and then finally kind of, okay, now this is the POWR that we know that they can play like.
And it was so wild, like such a wild game, and overall very exciting. Obviously the first kind of 10 to 15 minutes were less exciting, but I think that meant that we were set up for very action-packed mid to late stage of the game, whether it's POWR, whether it's 90th Minute, whether it was YALLA's final player Bompa nearly clutching up against Major Pride. I do think Major Pride kind of missed an opportunity to push down from Everest a little bit earlier in the game, because how often does it really stay on Everest? Like, it's minor, like very, very small percentage that stays on Everest. You should only ever really use Everest as a scouting ground, as a kind of a stepping stone to a late game position. And I think Major Pride just hung on to it for too long.
I think they're just really hoping the circle would shift all the way up there, because they had GEEKAY on one side of Mount Everest, and then they had the YALLA on the other. But before we can get more into the game, let's take a look at the Grizzly Bear outfit that is currently in game. It started on June 23rd and will last until July 6th. So the Grizzly Bear, I mean, this is quite the package. I mean, you do have a chance to win all the items in one go. I think we've had some past crates where you have to spin, spins a million times and try to, get one of the items. You do have the huge chance, not huge chance, but you do have a chance to get all the items in one go. So join the card collection draw and win these outfits.
Fun fact, there are 8 species of bears in the world. Grizzly is just one of them. Yeah, so I just thought I'd, seen as because there's only so many ways we can promote the Grizzly Bear collection. So every single time it comes up from now on, I'm going to throw a random bear fact your way.
A random
just
bear
to add
fact.
to it. Yeah.
Okay, so what's your Grizzly Bear fact?
Or
is that your fact?
It was just, it's a random bear fact. So it can be, anything to do with bears. So my first fact is that there's 8 species of bears in the world.
Very, very interesting. So, I mean, we were talking about the bear outfit yesterday with Highland Wolf, and we were saying, the bear head on the shoulder, you could use that if you're around the corner and you kind of like pop your shoulder out, and people might think that is, your head, and try to go for the headshot just to kind of bait out to get the shot, to get information on where the other team was. So I was like, 200 IQ, get the outfit, and you can do that to your enemies.
You're technically not wrong. However, fortunately, because we're in TPP, you don't need to peek your head out the side of a building. You just use that third person.
But it's like not to peek to see, but just to like, hey, I think there's somebody over there. I'm gonna like bait out a shot coming out from them, and then they, they take the shot. It doesn't do any damage to me, but they're like, oh, now I know like where exactly they're at.
Or you could just get a real bear and do the same thing. Oh wait, no, that's
just
not
send the bear out. Just go running.
Yeah, just go. Man, but I've never come across a real bear outside of, in a zoo, man. I'd imagine they're scary animals. Like, the game noticeably makes them look quite cute. They're scary animals.
They're huge though. I have seen a real wild bear. I saw a grizzly bear from very far away at Yellowstone National Park in US, but there was a baby black bear that on the side of the road was eating some flowers, and I came up way too, like my friends were just like, get away from the bear, but I got a little bit too close, and I was like taking some photos. I mean, it didn't really notice me, but I was like taking some photos of this baby bear. So, very dangerous. I probably should not have done that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, don't do what Monica did, but also Monica's a badass. That clearly confirmed. You know where we won't see bears though? Miramar. It's going to be the second game of the day, Monica. So the Desert Train, yesterday's Miramar game was won by.
Oh, you put me on the spot like this.
I know, right? I know.
I think it was now I look dumb. I don't remember it anymore.
Oh,
it was won by. It ended in Chumacera. Oh my god.
Twisted Minds. Oh, sorry, just got a bit. Of a cough.
Twisted. Now I remember. Yeah, Twisted Minds, because they had a fight with like Conqueror. They had a fight with against 4K and all that. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, nice. Pierre wasn't even here, and he knows it better than me.
Exactly. Well, no, to be fair, I had to look at my own document as well. And that's part of the reason why I put you on the spot, because I didn't have the document on my second monitor to just glance over before I said it. So I was like, I'm going to put all of it on Monica and hope that she can carry me, but clearly I'm too heavy. So, you fell down at carrying me. But indeed, yeah, it was won by Twisted Minds. And once again, kind of a trend that we're seeing is teams that Conqueror, especially Conqueror notably, are quite strong on Miramar, and that's going to benefit them. But they need to kind of really be able to consistently follow that up in the other maps. However, coming into this game too, I do expect another strong result from the Conqueror Rack boys.
Yeah, Conqueror, I think they finished in third or fourth in that match. They did very, very well. It was a kind of fight between Twisted Minds and 4K, which we kept seeing yesterday. Like majority of the matches, I kept seeing just Twisted Minds and 4K were one of the last, 4 or 5 teams that were left alive, and that was one where Twisted Minds, just like in the last game we saw with the OOREDOO Thunders, they did so well in keeping all 4 of their players left alive, and then at the end it was just a 4 versus 1, Twisted Minds versus 4K, and it's just, it's just a number games at that point. You just overwhelm, you just run out super confidently, and you just end the match.
Didn't you ask 4K about that as well?
Yeah,
about their kind of rivalry.
Yeah, so I asked them about Twisted Minds because I kept seeing 4K and Twisted Minds kind of all together, and they're saying, yeah, they really consider Twisted Minds kind of one of their rivals. It's like, God, we keep seeing them time and time again, sort of things. But both these teams, I think they have a lot of respect for each other, and it's more like they have so much respect as like, oh, of course we see you at the end of the game because you're able to put yourselves up into the end and try to finish out strong.
Exactly. I think it's certainly important and quite valuable to have a healthy level of competitive respect for all the players around you, right? Within reason, I suppose. As always, treat others the way you want to be treated, whether it's in game or out of game. So kind of having that level of respect and understanding, and if you meet them late game or early game, like we did see, was it? No, I think that was NASR, or was it 4K? No, it was 4K on their way to the fight against POWR. They actually got a knock onto one of the Twisted Minds players in the previous game. So they even met in the first game of the day, even if it was a fleeting moment.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few drive-bys because we saw a drive-by yesterday, NIGMA Galaxy versus, I want to say it was GEEKAY that they were driving right on past. But Miramar, let's see if we have any of those drive-bys coming up. Brought to you Oppo Reno series. This is Miramar. Looks like a pretty vertical plane path that I can see here. Okay, a little bit slanted, but I mean this is pretty down the center, Imperium.
Yeah, it's pretty down the center, and the fact that it's diagonal, I think, actually benefits the map of Miramar a little bit more so on the other maps with how big it is, right, and how much of a vast covering. When it's diagonal, it kind of allows you to at times pick the perfect drop point or perfect point in which you move out of the plane to get to your drop location in the easiest way. 4K gonna drop in Valdemar, very early drop for them, which means they should be rotating a little bit quicker compared to teams around them, and major part in Trumasera, so pretty standard stuff from that point of view.
4K, this is they did this yesterday, but I've seen them go all the way up to El Azahar, and we saw a little scuffle with POWR, who also landed that general area during the league plays. Yesterday, they took up Valley de Mar, which is usually taken up by Curd 12, but I think they're able to identify these teams that, hey, these 4 teams are not in the lobby. We know these cities are going to be for free, so let's just take this as our temporary spot for the weekend. So 4K, it looks like they're kind of not really committed to like a permanent spot, like teams like GEEKAY, always going to Picado. But we might see 4K jump around the map a little bit, even in next league play, next super weekends and stuff, and these other teams in the lobby need to be very aware that 4K could be, right next to them potentially in future matches.
EK, drop it in Picado, center of the map, and the phase 1 is in the center of the map, so initially very good for all of these teams once again. Second game in a row, we're seeing very calm circles. I think it's safe to say that it's because of no Highland Wolf.
Yeah, it's all Highland Wolf. Although Highland Wolf wasn't here when we saw that crazy, remember that one that we had the second day of league play?
Monica.
Just forget it. Don't say it.
Yeah, don't say it.
It's like, you're negating what I'm saying, Monica.
Like the majority is because of Highland Wolf.
That was the 1%. Yes.
Yeah, that was the 1%.
One in a million chance that would ever happen. But yes, it's definitely going to be Highland Wolf for sure. But I mean, we haven't seen that much action yet. Maybe that's also the fault of Highland Wolf, but Twisted Minds, Monte Nuevo, they've got the city all to themselves. And I think everyone is, with such a down the center plane path, it's so easy to get to wherever they want. We're not going to have a random hot drop in the middle of a compound because everyone's going for a vehicle.
Yeah. And I generally do expect to have a pretty passive early start to the game, right? There's so many parts of this phase one that you're able to control, whether it is closer to the edge of the circle or whether it's closer to the center of the circle. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that quite a lot of teams are kind of looking to favor the center of the circle, especially the early phases. But when it's such a center part of the map on this phase one, you are putting a lot of eggs in one basket if you do go so deep into center this early on in the game.
Mm-hmm. Miramar, you need to be much more conscious of your time management, because in Erangel it's pretty easy rotating. I want to say just the land, it's not so treacherous. But in Miramar, we've all gotten our cars stuck in, on a rock in between two ledges. Miramar, you can see the elevation, even the background here, just so many more layers, so many more just way high up in elevation that it's going to really, really slow down your rotating time. So for you to try to get to somewhere, you're going to need to leave like now if you're kind of just off the center trying to get to a spot. It's going to take you almost twice as long to rotate than the same amount of distance in Erangel.
So true. It is so true that time management is a massive part of getting the best out of Miramar. Rad in Le Cabrera would have been one of the later teams to start to rotate, but they're already kind of sending players away from Le Cabrera. You see Rex is starting to loot up to the north of San Martin. You have Desha inside Crater Fields for the time being. I really appreciate this proactivity in terms of positioning and looting up from Rad.
Rad, one of those teams that started the day not too great, right? They were kind of bottom of the leaderboards. They even did not have that great of an Erangel first game to start things off. So they're still looking to pick that momentum up, right? It's easy for a team to, I'm gonna say like 4K, right? In NIGMA Galaxy, usually not so far in Super Wing for whatever reason, but when a team is doing really, really well, it's easy to just keep performing well, right? Because spirits are high, everyone's having fun, everyone's laughing, comms are great. But then once teams are not performing well, like Rad is currently, it's tensions are high, maybe the communications aren't that great, everyone's stressed out, maybe blaming each other type deal. It's those teams that have the experience, that are able to overcome those mental hurdles, that really show why they're more experienced and why they are one of the more veteran teams in the lobby.
And you mentioned NIGMA Galaxy, the obvious example of that, the obvious but such an important example of that is back in the PMGC when NIGMA Galaxy in day one of a Super Weekend got 4 points in 5 games. Right?
Yeah.
4 points in 5 games. If you ever want a bigger test of psychological strength from a team and morality of a team and IGLing skill, it's that moment is so devastating for a team. So, and if they got past it, they end up finishing third, right? So, you don't want to go through those moments, but it's natural that there's a chance you are as a team, and you got to be able to learn, adapt, and grow. As NASR Esports are looking to adapt and grow in this engagement to the north of Los Leones against the only one esports at the moment. Lucia's knocked. He's isolated in his own, and a little bit unlikely he's going to get revived up for the time being.
And what else is kind of mentally devastating is the only one. This is the second game in a row that they're the first team to find some action and be on the wrong receiving end of it. Remember, it was the last game they lost 3-2. I want to say it was Twisted Minds in the farm area, and this time's going to be NAS. So all these top teams are just picking on the only one for some early elim points.
Look, to be the best, you've got to beat the best, and this is a dog-eat-dog world, especially in the Super Weekend, right? When you're playing against the same 15 teams or the same 16 teams are playing in the lobby for all 3 days, you either, survive or you starve and you go down, right? And at the moment, the only one are starving a little bit more heavily, and they're dehydrated, looking for some water in the desert land of Miramar. They did get the revive off, so wait, did they get the revive off?
No,
they didn't.
Finished.
They didn't.
No
My
mercy.
apologies. No mercy. I was trying to think positively, but I do think they're in a little bit of a position to recover this fight, more so because NASR are kind of quite heavily split in their own right? So they're at a risk.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no recall towers like in Livik 2.0 that they have added. So just for the general kind of classic games here, once you're out here, you are definitely out. No chance to come back. NASR though, they do well here, coming up and trying to fan out, but looks like the only one of their players able to find one over the top.
And gets the second. Now Humam, as he drops an 8, it will connect onto N7R. Where is the rest of the only one? You already had a player down. Why are you so heavily separated? You gotta think, if only we were 2 players strong, we would have gotten the better of that in a much more aggressive way. But as Humam gets a revive off one, and then one gets a revive off the other, NASR Esports back up as a full squad.
I think they're getting deja vu this time around. NASR Human though looks like Luffy finding a little bit of an angle. I think they're a little bit too far away though to kind of full on engage, but it's the only one I think a little bit too spread out. Unfortunately lost 2. I guess sitting a little bit better than Erangel where they were only had 1 left alive, right? Running with his tail tucked between his legs, but at least they have 2 to kind of dual squad the rest. But the only one is just they need to somehow figure out a way to avoid these early game fights because clearly it is not working out for them. Last game and this game, the only team to start off the game just, down to so low strength.
Phase 2's popped up. Monica, it shifted a little bit down to southwest, albeit not too bad. The Power Grid Hill is in the center of this Phase 2, so lots of areas once again to continue to control.
Continue to control in the NIGMA Galaxy. We saw, starting to rev up their engines a little bit. The last game, they did finish out in, I want to say, 3rd place with just a couple of elimination. This is a team that we're all very, very shocked for, right? Before this tournament even started at Imperium, when I think I told you, when I think of the Arabia region, I think of NIGMA Galaxy. I think of this team, right? One of the top teams. I think we can all agree they have the power, they have the intelligence and the rotations, but it's just not coming through right now for Super Weekend as an opposite to the league play earlier this week.
And I think a part of that also, we need to give credit to the relevant teams, and I kind of highlighted it a little bit at the end of the league week 1, right? I do think the standard of these Arabic teams, Arabic region teams, are much stronger compared to this spring split. And that's a really positive thing, because when everybody's stronger, more competitive, everybody improves in roughly the same direction. And it only means that we could possibly see an Arabic region team be the #1 team in PMGC. I know that might sound crazy, but at the end of the day, it's part of why other regions got so strong over the last couple of years, and Arabic region and the MENA region as a whole have followed suit extremely swiftly over the last years. CONQUEROR trying to avoid a team on that Picada Hill that is the side of RTG. You have GEEKAY outside of Power Grid area in a 2-2 split. All good in the hood as Vault is going to pick up the first knock on the Caliga. Good play by Road to Glory.
Oh man, that was such a loss for CONQUEROR. Clearly, obviously, there's a team hugging the mountain ridge above them. Why were you so exposed to the point that you're getting knocked and flushed out? No way to save them, but CONQUEROR, they're coming up a little closer as another one does get knocked to the likes of RTG.
Rosa, gonna look to throw out an aid to give some kind of respite to the rest of his team, but it doesn't look like it's going to do too much, right? They're going in a little bit blind, and like you said, another one against CONQUEROR on a map that they historically do extremely well in. It's looking quite blunderous.
Looking blunderous indeed. I mean, this is such a hard area to play to because everywhere surrounding there, it's very flat open rounds. They could be potentially third party by a team like RA, coming in from the San Martin area. I think CONQUEROR able to identify, hey, we already lost half our team, cut our losses, we're going to get on out of this area. So CONQUEROR, coming back from the direction that was Minas Generales and getting their cars stuck, I guess, but stopping a little bit shy and putting a little bit more distance between them and Road to Glory.
Rio? Still looking up the Picada Hill. It seems like they don't want to give this spot up, despite them being whittled down to 2 players. As I said, the circle shifting up north, looking good for the 90th minute as they hold onto the high compound to the northwest of San Martin. It's kind of like that. I look at it and think of it as a bit of a Lion King hill, right, with how it overlooks all of San Martin. It's a sprawling area in its own right, but there's a lot of hard cover as Major Pride gets a player knocked down.
Major Pride. I mean, they're kind of having the exact same experience as the only one, right? Major Pride. This is also they finished in, I want to say, 8th place in the previous match. This is one of your top teams. That was definitely, I want to say, number 2, number 3 from league play, and they're just, I don't know, just not quite enough. All these teams are outside the circle, by the way. I know it's a second phase, but they're losing the time to rotate into the circle as YALLA is now prioritizing. I think they're like, okay, we got the knock, that's great, but we're gonna prioritize getting in the circle because it's a little bit more important at this point.
Definitely, especially as that phase 3 shift was a little bit more harsh than maybe some teams expected. And of course, with that Picado Hill being on the south side of it, you are kind of forced to rotate in one of 2 directions, roughly. You can go through the center, but it's going to be a lot more slower and methodical. And if not, you're sticking to either a west or an eastern rotation towards the south side, as the engagement outside of San Martin is going to start to break out between R8 and POWR Esports. R8 dropping San Martin. They should be quite familiar with this area, but there's one thing looting, another thing fighting.
POWR, this is a team that couldn't stay in one spot in the last match, but now they're certainly having to stay here. R8 ascending into their building. They have all 3 kind of spread out throughout the building. Lots of different angles to be here, but a grenade does come out, gets the first knock, opening the fight between R8 and POWR as he hits the deck. Conte winning his 1v1 against R8.
Is there anything that Conte do? He's an absolute clutch master, turning fights around left, right, and center for his team. If it wasn't in the first game, it's in this game. Currently, it's Prestige and Bandar, the 2 players left up for R8. It is nice to see R8 get a little bit down and dirty. It's quite difficult and challenging to engage inside these yellow buildings of San Martin. The revive looking to be executed. POWR realize that they can't really commit, that they're going in blind if they're to disengage away from this yellow building right now. And as the circle on phase 4 shifted over to the east, these 2 teams are still inside the circle, and alright, they need to be careful of a third party.
Yeah, third party, like you almost manifested a NASR lingering on the mountainside behind them. And it's so hard to throw the grenades into this building because you see how many corridors, how many rooms. It's not like some of those more open buildings we can lob it through a window, and it's probably going to nick some damage because it's going to find them. This is just Walls putting the stop and R8 putting the stop to their fight and returning back to their other building.
I kind of don't. I definitely understand why teams are committing to San Martin based on this phase 4 shift. I definitely do also think it's a risk. It's an understandable risk, as they're going to be looking to be one of those teams. You have Twisted Minds, Major Pride, Miracle gets a knock into Hassan. All hell is breaking loose. The dam is broken inside Miramar in phase 4 in game 2. Super Weekend number 1.
Yeah, lots of attention being diverted from the original fight, R8 and POWR. They're kind of, hey, gentlemen's agreement, let's look at some other teams here, as POWR focus their attention onto YALLA and R8 focusing their attention on RTG and Pride from across the way. So, I mean, they've secured their foothold in the circle. They're well within the center, so now they can afford to, hey, we're going to focus on the eliminations and not really fight between the 2 of us, where we're not really fighting for a position because we can share this for now.
OOREDOO Thunder and RTG fighting on the southern edge of the circle. The cusp is RTG do has a player inside there. Revive possibly coming their way to make it up as a full squad. Another team getting involved, but it's a bit of a cheeky third party. A lot of damage all the way as Triple Esports look to be that team to get involved, but they are more focused on rotating and less focused on actually getting down and dirty into this fight. Vault on a sliver of health. Prestige from R8 looking to take some third-party shots as 4K are eliminated.
What is going on with 4K? I thought the last game was the fluke, but I guess the fluke is continuing because it's the second game in a row that they have now gone out first within the match. OOREDOO Thunders, I think they maybe overextend a little bit because remember they sent the one reel just right behind the fight that happened between POWR and R8, and then they left the other players here to try to take a solo fight, I guess, between RTG, NIGMA Galaxy losing one. That's a huge loss for this team that we're hoping to see a little bit more from because we know they can play at a much higher caliber and they haven't showed us anything quite yet.
GEEKAY are really doing a lot of damage onto them as YALLA go down eventually to the hands of NIGMA Galaxy, but not without suffering their own casualties as NIGMA are down to just a solo in the form of Roof. You see GEEKAY, like I said, the team to get involved against NIGMA Galaxy, holding onto the western hillside, very sprawling leading into the center part of the circle. They've got to absolutely hope and pray that the circle continues to stay in their direction.
I mean, it's hard with these kind of city finishes, right? If it shits onto the city, everyone's going to be med battling into the end because everyone's in the same building on top of each other. I like the teams kind of on the edges, like Twisted Minds, like Pride. Like, they're within the city, but not quite so committed that they're dwelled right into the middle. But let's see where this next circle... Oh, and I did kind of call it. I was like, if the circle did shift out of the city, they're going to have the first, choice, the first cherry... pick of the litter where they want to go versus the teams that overcommitted into the city.
And you know what's worse, Monica? It's absolutely nothing in the center. Like, absolutely nothing in the center. Every single one of these teams that are outside the circle, you got to switch up your playstyle from late game to as many eliminations as you can before you go down. Pick up as many casualties along the way, whether it's the only one, whether it's OOREDOO Thunders, who I think have actually gone down, my apologies, or whether it's the likes of Rad. You've got to do what you can to pick up as many elimination points as you can as Rad suffers a knock at the hands of GEEKAY. GEEKAY doing a great job. They look to send their player a little bit to the northern side of the road, but that in turn has separated their players in a direction that is not looking too good. Two players from Rad play on up. It's going to be 1v2. Ragnar gets a drop on one, looking for the drop onto the second. He does get it with the hip fire. Ragnar clutches all the way to put his team once again still in the top 13.
They had a player knocked in the background, left one of their players to revive, and sent the other two to push up onto two players on top of the mountainside. Clearly, by the time they got up there, that player would have been revived. So, I mean, that was just, I think, just biting off way more than they can chew, as now Rad coming up a little bit more in the circle, looking over onto NIGMA Galaxy and the rest.
Interesting the direction that GEEKAY opted to go for, sending two players up to the northern side of the road. It's inside the circle, so I do appreciate it, but I think there's a little bit more of a dip to the southwestern edge of the circle where Rad are heading towards. That probably, in my opinion, is much more favorable. Remains to be seen, of course, as we get through the game. The fight between Alright is breaking out between themselves and POWR Esports as NIGMA go down.
NIGMA Galaxy just cannot catch a break here, but 90th minute, we always see them outside of the circle, right on the edges here, as GEEKAY, as a triple, is trying to take this compound away from 90th. We see one player of 90th, though. He's going to be knocked on top of the roof, as they're trying to hold enough time that they go for the revives, as GEEKAY just staying out on the bottom side of the hill, looking for an opportunity to push on up.
I may not initially agree with the direction GEEKAY went. However, they also understand that it comes with a needing of control in a more heavy way. And they're doing that, right? They're playing to how they've rotated as you get into the tail end of this circle. And we're about to see the next shift pop on up. It centers right on top of Twisted Minds. The building is there. Cover, the bullets are there. Control. And this could be a potential chicken dinner for Twisted Minds.
Wow, now we have Red just out in the open, caught with their pants down, as GEEKAY is just the solo shots like that in the distance. I mean, there was nowhere for them to go, right? They had no vehicles, nothing at all. They kind of lost all the resources in their fight against the only one as GEEKAY. I mean, they're prioritizing this upper ground. If they can eliminate 90th minute, they're going to hide the highest upper ground to look at all the teams down below.
Is this going to be a second Miramar chicken dinner in a row in the first Super Weekend for Twisted Minds? Like I said, it's kind of looking that way with 7 teams remaining, and they're right now the only team inside the circle. By God, all they have to do is wait, be proactive, and they have the result in the palm of their hands. We do lose, I believe, another team, if I'm not mistaken, in the next couple of seconds. That's one of the last players of CONQUEROR still going strong as NASR are holding things out, and Humam does get a knock into Rio, but he's going to be returned by Groza, and that is NASR eliminated. 6 teams left.
Twisted Minds heard you call Conqueror the kings of Miramar, and they said, no, we're going to go for that crown, and showing us, I mean, they're really dominating on this map. Pride, they just went down to the only one, showing us, even at 50% capacity, you can't write them off yet. They're still getting those limbs, currently at 5, and really just fighting for their lives to try to get into this next zone.
Credit where it's due as a duo in Miramar. That's extremely rare. You could say they certainly were able to take advantage of all the madness that came out of the last 2 or 3 circles. Just at the end of the day, they were one of the teams out of all that madness to survive. 5 teams left. Twisted Mind still up as a full squad. GEEKAY as a trio. 90th minute as a full squad. They've been pushed away from the control of that compound up on the northern side by GEEKAY, but it doesn't mean they're in a bad position. They've just had to adjust a little bit slightly as the final player of CONQUEROR has been able to make it into the eastern edge of the circle for now.
You talked about bad positions. The ones in the really bad position is going to be the only one. You can see there's nowhere for them to go. They're just outside of this circle. But let's take a look, real quick recap back on that fight between POWR and RA way earlier in the match. And you're seeing Prestige just, I mean, laying down the pain on the entire team of POWR.
Yeah, it took a while. In the end, they came out on top, and once again, seems like Twisted Minds trying to do the same. You said it was going to be tough for the only one Esports, and then they go down in 5th place. Nothing they could really do as they were to focus all the other teams inside the circle. But this next phase, good golly, Miss Molly, it's in the center. Twisted Minds are realistically going to have to send it out of the buildings, and that's pushing his way forward. Luckily, going to be very close to the anchor point position. It's on the low ground of this hill where both 90th minute and GEEKAY fall, and 90th minute are kind of somewhat forced to go in the direction of GEEKAY on this roadside. That's a little bit of a Hell's Gate direction as the shots come out from Emad. Nearly connects on the gates to get a knock. Beautiful headshots. Ragnar is prone down. A lot of utilities behind the buggy. They have no idea. 90th minute could get absolutely blustered down. They kind of do, but Satan is there to return fire to trade either way, but in the former direction as GEEKAY come out on top, right on board. Satan makes it count as 90th minute are eliminated.
I think 90th minute just didn't have the numbers in their head. They're like, oh, you know, we're a full man squad, just push, 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 right? As we see Twisted Minds take out the last player of Conquer, but they pushed a little bit too confidently over the top. Didn't clear any of those. You saw the buggy, you saw down the hill, and just GEEKAY was able to just have all the different angles, caught them completely unawares, as now we have GEEKAY trying to go for the clutch reset, and it's going to be a 3 versus 4 versus Twisted Mind. Remember, they won the Miramar match yesterday. Can they do it again?
It's going to be lucky if it's going to be a 3v4 without Twisted Minds. They're pushing up this hill, maybe looking at the elimination feed and thinking, okay, we know what we need to do, but Ragnar with the scar is going to get knocked onto Vigors. Ragnar is prone down. Gates is on his own as the final player of GEEKAY goes down. Twisted Minds grab the second chicken dinner for themselves. And once again, the land of Miramar.
I mean, it's very similar names, right? It was Twisted Minds Ragnarok versus GEEKAY Ragnar, right? So it was just kind of people with 2 very similar names going after each other. But I like how Twisted Minds, they didn't really overcommit to the city, right? And they didn't have to fight out anyone trying to get in the building. They picked a spot that was, hey, half in the city and half, you know, up the mountain, no matter where that circle goes. And we've seen the circle end on that mountain many, many times. They just set themselves up right. So Twisted Minds, I guess Miramar is their bread and butter because they've won it 2 times in a row.
Look, it's cliche to say, but once again, tricky circle shifts. However, that position, that rotation by Twisted Minds is prime example of if you are going to send it into a city, 1, don't send it too early. They did a phase 4. 2, make sure it's the edge of the city so you're able to disengage in a much more confident way. You're able to control your position in a little bit of a cleaner manner, right? Because if they didn't have the open side to them on the west, it would have been so much more difficult for them, even if the circle kind of continued to head in their direction into a more central part of Saint Martin. So yeah, great rotation, great position, and great endgame from Twisted Minds.
absolutely wonderful from Twisted Mind. Let's see where they ended up on the match rankings. So, of course, number 1, 11 eliminations, and just like OOREDOO Thunders on the previous game, they just hogged all the eliminations, right? They just didn't really give anyone else a chance to collect those elim points. They finished out with 11. I think the next highest one was, well, okay, I mean, shout out to R8, right? They got 8 eliminations, so really just went aggressive, even though they didn't finish quite too high, but able to still, I mean, finish out in 6th overall in just points.
It was a pretty solid game from CONQUEROR with the top 3. Only 2 eliminations, but indeed still a continued trend of solid results from CONQUEROR. Good to see the only one indeed getting 11 points in 90th minute with 10. I think 90th minute kind of missed out on the best opportunity to do a lot of damage. They were too passive on that compound. They should have, to me, held on to the edge of it a little bit more heavily, and that does come with risks. But when they held on to it as a full squad, like, to me, they shouldn't have allowed GEEKAY to get to the low down hillside to it, right? They shouldn't have allowed that to happen, and they did, and they ended up biting them in the butt as we look at the second page.
Second page, NIGMA Galaxy just one more time. Just, I mean, 4
I know,
points.
right?
It's either we get, I mean, we haven't seen a great NIGMA Galaxy this weekend yet, but it's just first going out with only 1 placement point and 3 eliminations is just not quite enough. And then once again, 4K, just, I mean, not the 4K that we saw yesterday, but we'll be right back though with our next match. It's going to be here back to Erangel and see how these teams will do. We are back now, about to go into our third match of the day. We really want to highlight Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG mobile or Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. So this is definitely a really great phone. You can really upgrade your performance playing in game, really high frame rate in graphics, and upgrade all of the fun. So really just celebrate the winning spirit and celebrate these teams, brought to you by Oppo Reno.
Like the Oppo Reno 7, that's as fast as hell. These games have been going by as fast as hell. Kind of can't believe we're already into game 3, and considering like we've had relatively kind of passive starts of both games. Yeah, kind of like when you said we're about to go into game 3, I'm like, oh
yeah. I mean,
time
match
really does
3,
fly when you're
we
having
saw.
fun.
I mean, yeah, time does go by when you're having a lot of fun. But I'm sure for these teams though, if you're having fun like OOREDOO Thunder from the first game and Twisted Minds, of course, in that last one, winning them, the time is really flying for them. For some of the ones that aren't doing that great, like 4K right now, I'm sure this is dragging on really, really long. But let's take a look overall standings and see who is doing well so far this weekend and who is not.
Wow, Twisted Minds, the only team so far to get 2 chicken dinners in the Super Weekend, and that does, of course, net them 2K, of course, to highlight the prize money, at least, from those chicken dinners of the Super Weekend. But they're already on 100 points in only 7 games. It's a positive thing, despite the negativity of 4K's initial 2 games of today's games. They're still in second place. I am worried about it, right? Because they've had 2 points, I believe, with 2 games with 0 points. If I'm not mistaken, or they got 4K in the first game, got 0 points in the second game. They got 2 points. So that's 2 points in 2 games. Is that a lack of adaptability? I would certainly think so.
What I also want to really point out is Twisted Minds, they're the first team to hit that 100 point mark. And to give some reference, NIGMA Galaxy in the league stages, they also hit 100 points, but they didn't hit it until the 8th match that they played. So Twisted Minds is playing, I would say, even better than NIGMA Galaxy in the league stages because they've made the same amount of points in 1 less match.
They're playing out of their minds, you could say.
Rename the out of their minds instead of Twisted Minds.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Also, not too bad for CONQUEROR. They're still in 6th place. Road to Glory still in 4th. It's quite close. Outside of Twisted Minds in 1st place, it's only 79 points dividing 7th and sorry, it's only 13 points dividing 2nd and 6th. So that's relatively close. And then it does drop down to GEEKAY in 90th minute, holding on to the top 8. Let's move on over to the second page where things get a little bit scarier, Monica.
Let's see. I mean, there's only between 8th and 9th. 8th place was 46 points. So they're semi-close, kind of this real middle of the pack. I know there was a huge jump between, I want to say it was 7th and 6th place. There was about a 20-point difference. But down getting to the bottom, I mean, the teams that didn't qualify for Super Weekend, they're looking at these teams at the bottom, like 19 points, 20 points, 29 points. If the only one, Triple Esports and Red, keep up the same similar low scoring pattern, it's going to make it way easier for the teams that didn't qualify for Super Weekend to be like, okay, that's going to be, this many points. That's easy to make up in one Super Weekend if we can qualify for the next one. So yeah, this is about the halfway point for Super Weekend day number 2.
True. And look, it's important as teams need to be aware of the amount of points required to make it into the finals, and for the teams the bottom 2 or 3, it's really looking scary because they're not hitting the average points per game required. And yeah, they're still going to need a second Super Weekend, but that isn't a guarantee. So you've really got to take advantage of this weekend as much as you can.
Well, this weekend, I mean, we're going into our Erangels. And of course, we kind of talked about before, all the teams that really have a Erangel secured down are going to do really, really well because you play 3 days, 3 Erangels each game. So you're, playing 9 Erangels versus the 3 Miramar, 3 Sanhoks. But of course, we have to shout out our official energy partner of the PMPL Arabia. That's going to be Monster. I'm sure these teams that need a little bit more energy are gonna, hype themselves up with some Monster before this game starts.
Maybe pick themselves up a can or two and see where it takes them, per se, as we do get ready for game number 3 of the day. And like I said, it's very much about picking up as many points as you can to make it easier for you coming into next week. Yeah, okay. You don't want to be too tunnel visioned on every individual result. It's such a glorious balance of getting as much as you can out of the games in front of you, and also understanding that you still have 2 weeks left, so you want to learn as much as you can. It's not easy, it's tough. That's why they call it the Pro Leagues, baby.
Yeah, not the noob leagues for sure. So Pro Leagues, I mean, we're seeing a lot of great stuff coming out from all these teams, right? Some teams performing well better than we would have expected. Like, well, I would say 4K yesterday. I haven't really seen them wake up quite yet today, maybe needing a kind of extended warm-up for this match. But something really interesting right here that I see off the bat, though, Imperium, is 90th minute, usually they have that massive split. Remember, PMPL, it's like one up into Corey, even one on that southern western side of military base. But obviously with a playing path like this, their only option was to go alternatively like up towards the Sauber area.
I like that we have somewhat of an opposite play path in this second Erangel game of the day compared to the first. It will challenge these teams and obviously the right way. Going into the lobby, of course, if you don't know, anybody watching, I'll finish my sentence real quick because phase 1 has popped up. The teams do see where the playing path is while they're in the lobby, while they're in the spawn island per se, so they do have those 2 minutes to prepare their drop spot to kind of say to themselves or say to their teammates, okay, we're going to drop here because of this playing path.
All right, Imperium, I'm going to have you call it now. Main island or military base island?
Screw it, military island.
Screw. I think, what did you say to me the other day? You're like, well, like, I mean, clearly, obviously, it's going to go to the main island. But if I say military base, no one's going to remember it. They'll be like, yeah, okay. It was kind of an out there guess.
Yeah. Okay.
But if it does, I'm like, oh my God.
Nothing to lose. Yeah. 9,000 IQ.
So the thing that I like about OOREDOO Thunders is when you're crossing the bridges like this, you want to be first of the pack or I guess maybe last of the pack. You really don't want to be that middle of the pack because
it's true.
Everyone is going to be crossing the bridge at the same time. So I like OOREDOO Thunders. You know, they landed right in that kind of shelter-ish, farmish area, and they're able to, you know, they haven't even looted at all, and they just went across.
I'll tell you one mistake they are making, though. Yes, they stopped to pick up another vehicle, but they also should have, and I understand that it does come with a risk, but they should have stopped into a building, got the first gun they could, and every single vehicle on their way to a military base, blow all 4 tires up. If that means, it's true, it's a genuine strat, because if they can slow down other teams crossing into military island and stop them from grabbing vehicles, my God, does it make their job so much better mid to late game. Like, so much. Like, so much. They missed a bit of a prime opportunity there.
So like one of those choosing violence that day. You know, you woke up and chose violence. Here we have that, like I talked about, that middle of the pack. You don't want to be crossed at the same time. Especially Raouf on a freaking trike trying to get out of here with the shotgun and the run over. That was such just bad manners. Just, you know, literally no hope at all for Raouf. And that is very unfortunate for NIGMA Galaxy.
I kind of feel for NIGMA Galaxy.
They
But
can't
also
run them
looks so hilarious. It looks so hilarious. And you mentioned the middle of the pack rotation. It's kind of the same from the only one, unfortunately. They tried to do the same against in the same time as Triple Esports, and they're now down to just a solo. So
Again?
2 teams suffering at the hands of 2 late rotations into Military Island, straight through the bridges. And again, it's also something where the bridge rotations, I get why they're tempting, also so predictable, so it can be so easy to kind of get ahead and to stop that. And yeah, man, I on one hand I feel for the teams, but on the other, it's kind of their own fault.
The only one this is just 1P, 2P, 3P this time. NIGMA Galaxy, though, Lord stopping with the Uzi, seeing power drive on by them. I think they exchanged a couple of shots, but weren't quite able to get an opportunistic knock out of that one. But going back, the only one, Imperium. This is the 3rd game in a row that they've lost players early, and the 2nd Erangel that they've just down to a solo and trying to play the rest of the match by himself.
Yeah, it is what it is. POWR Esports went for a rotation early into the western side of the military base, and they're gonna encounter CONQUEROR. Kala gets dropped off the back of one of the POWR players, dropping out of the vehicle first, and it's gonna be a 2nd POWR Esports. Tell you what, Monica, they're low-key impressing me. They're low-key impressing me.
Remember my little nickname for them, Imperium? Remember what I said the other day?
Not gonna lie, I forget.
Remember we were like, oh, we're gonna pronounce the teams differently.
POWR.
How? Just really segment the name? I mean, they just, I mean, besides that, I mean, that's funny, but I don't know, this is a different POWR that I've seen from League play, wouldn't you say? This is way better than before.
You know what? They must have watched the old style Batman and Robin shows, you know, where they go, pow, bash, clam, you know, and
Yeah.
that's what they're encompassing. That's what they're channeling. They're channeling their inner 60s Batman to pow their way through these lobbies.
Oh man, I mean, this is, just completely changing their team's model to really encompass that and do well in the Super Weekend. But you do what it takes, right? As yeah, here we're just watching back that unfortunate run over from NIGMA Galaxy. Here I'm seeing, where did that fourth player go? Weren't they sitting with 3 and then the fourth player just disappeared out of the boat?
What, from Conqueror Rock, or are you talking about 4K?
No, the rotation from 4K.
I don't know. I really don't know, to be fair. I think they're very on the south side of the island now, if I'm not mistaken.
Southeast.
Yeah, southeast, and I appreciate that rotation, by the way, from 4K. Actually, no, yeah, they are southeast. They're like really, really, really southeast, because I can see one of the 4K players, so I don't know what's going on. One thing to note is that no team has gone for a direct central coastline rotation from the mainland onto the military island. That kind of like, what, I don't know what hairstyle it is, the mohawk tip of the island, if you want to say. That is very, very short in between the mainland and the military island. Nobody's gone for that rotation at the moment.
I mean, it's the shortest, but it's also kind of the scariest place to rotate, right?
True,
it's kind of
true.
Where, you have the cliffside where actually NASR has positioned themselves after coming in from school, that you can really see everyone in the water. And you can only hold your breath for so long before you start taking damage, right? The water is starting to drown you. And swimming like that, you're going to have to come up and they're going to be able to shoot you. And then ascending the beach, where it's pretty out in the open too, would be a little bit scary. We do have a rad, though, that it come up on that very far eastern part of the military base and seeing the only one in the general same direction. So the only one, I mean, you cannot catch a break here, Imperial.
Nope. He can't. He does at least catch a knock. In the end, the body advantage counts, and the only one are eliminated from this game. The first team to go down, arguably their own fault realistically. In the end, Rad pick up the final elimination point.
I mean, that's heartbreaking, right? You see, maybe, okay, one time it happened and maybe it was a fluke, but this has happened 3 matches in a row. I think they're asking, like, can we just get a reset on the entire day and just try again? Because they have gotten minimal points so far today, and they ran across the bridge, tried to get away. He tried to find some obscure compound, right, that nobody would take on the edge, and who shows up? A full 4-man team of Rad.
Ace 2 is about to pop up, and it does shift down south. I call the military island finished.
It could 95% still be main island.
Okay. Hey, you know what, Monica? You know what?
Tell me.
If it ends up in the mainland, I will chug a can of Monster on broadcast.
Freaking shotgun the can of Monster on
I will
stream.
shotgun the can of Monster on broadcast if the circle ends up in the mainland. That's how confident I am of it being a military base finish.
One time I saw it bounce back that way.
What was it? All you need is one shot. You just can't miss your chance to blow. Opportunity comes once in a lifetime. There you go.
Well, NIGMA Galaxy, after losing Raouf, they found their way in the I do like these trenches, though. They're, again, not committing too much into the military base, but not, if it goes up into the roadside or the mountains kind of surrounding, they still have a way to get there because they're protecting the cars here to not get shot out at. OOREDOO Thunder, they're just going to be all stacked up on that hillside and looking down onto NIGMA Galaxy below them.
Well, they lost Roof earlier on, so it's not like they lost a player on this rotation.
Yeah.
So I can certainly appreciate the value in terms of the timing of it. And not committing the whole team to one trench is even more beneficial. And the fact that they still have their vehicles intact is good. OOREDOO Thunder know where they are, of course, which is technically going to continue to haunt NIGMA Galaxy. But for the time being, they're looking in a good spot.
90th minute, they're just so slow to the, like, they play extreme edge, extreme, I mean, they're all about to be in the blue zone, but at time and time again, we see 90th just, never ever in the circle, actually, until about the third or fourth phase, as YALLA on their rotation does find out Jabal 99. Not a spot you want to get knocked at in the blue zone, because you're already taking the damage and you're losing the time to rotate across the bridge and into this next circle.
I don't mind 90th minute kind of taking this long to get into the circle, especially with how it's gone. And you look at where they dropped, they were kind of quite north on the map, so kind of waiting until as late as possible does make sense. Now, YALLA, they need to make a decision. Do we engage, or do we use the technical space we have behind us off the back of that knock to get a little bit further ahead without coming too far ahead of into Military Island and getting caught out by the likes of Twisted Minds? Again, we have God's eye view. They don't, so they do need to expect the worst.
Man, 90th minute, they actually left the engagement against YALLA, moved away further from the zone, and then found Road to Glory on their back end side, losing one of their players, Camtax. So it was just really just is like, what do you want from us? Like, we tried to avoid the fight, and we found ourselves in yet another one. So 90th minute, just out in the open. We have Triple Esports, though, finding themselves on the hillside on the southern side of Military Base. As Rad, I mean, that's a team that currently at the kind of very bottom of the standings, looking to garner a couple more points here.
Rotation from 4K worked out wonderfully on the south side of the island. The next phase is about to pop up. Major Pride somewhat gatekeeping the western bridge, but both teams are going to have to move, as it's a somewhat unusual, massive shift down the southwestern side of the map. Looks like I'm not chugging a can of Monster just yet, Monica.
One of these games, we'll get you to chug one. But I know 90th minute is kicking themselves for not going. I mean, it was super far, but maybe get some vehicles, go all the way over there type deal. Because if they landed here, they would have had their one player on exactly where POWR is on that coastline, and could have had all the rest of them in a boat forming there in the central part of the circle, and probably would have had a really, really big game.
Now, of course, as we have so much water in play, what is a phase 3 shift is kind of more like a phase 4 due to the lack of landmass available. These two teams, Rad and Triple Esports, are outside the circle. Triple had a terrible day yesterday, ending up in 15th. Little bit ahead of Rad, albeit by 1 point, but still a terrible day nonetheless. We knew they were going to struggle. So against their counterparts, all you can do is try and be better than the team behind you, and try and be better than the team ahead of you. Triple trying to do that. Gonna work out right now, result in a bit of a 1v1 against Delhap. Delhap is gonna clutch up in all the right ways, and now he has one more player left. Rex is driving inside the vehicle. Don't know where he is. Delhap's down to half health. He has to try and pre-fire in all the right ways. Maybe go into the shack. Possibly. He's gonna get spotted out. He's gonna have to move in, but in the end, Delhap gets a knock, and that's gonna be Rad eliminated.
That was such a long extended ring around the rosy around the shack. Triple Esports went down to solo esports, but we're switching on to 90th minute. Still cannot catch a break, get out of the zone, and finds Road to Glory. Now, I mean, they're still funneling together, trying to cross a bridge. Someone here has to win this ASAP, because that blue zone, it is starting to hurt as these team. I think this is a 2v2 out on the hillside in the blue.
Look, this is just one of those things where these teams are making their bed and lying on it inside the blue, and I kind of get it off the back of the phase 3 shift. I low-key do. It's not ideal, but I do understand it, and you just got to try and make the most of it. Talk about these per circle shift, you kind of got to do what you can to turn it into as many eliminations as possible, as RTG for the time being gonna get the majority of 90th minute. Just one player left up as he moved away. Jabal is on the western side of the road. Volt is gonna make his way inside the buggy, leave his teammate to crumble down as R8 are eliminated.
It's so hard to take a fight out in the blue zone because you're having to keep one eye on the fight that you're taking and one eye on your health, right? The play zone is tanking your damage. And it was actually the player from 90th minute was basically dwindled down to 1 HP because of the zone, and then just one more shot from RTG put him onto his knees. So both these teams, I mean, kind of lose-lose situation. They're getting out of this fight, but only with one player on either side. As you now look, the circle is centering up right in that kind of corner intersection of the roadsides, and all these teams, there's only so many compounds to call home, and they're all starting to fight for any real estate they can get.
Beautiful northern hillside position by OOREDOO Thunder. They have a great spread, and they're going to have to look to take full advantage of it. They're playing hills, not airplane hills, but the dilapidated airplane area of this map is difficult, especially when it's still outside the circle. GEEKAY going a little bit late. YALLA were as well late to the party, and they are down to now, I believe, just one player. As safe is going to get finished off. I don't know where that final player is. GEEKAY in their own right in the spot of trouble as they are getting peppered by a couple of teams around them to revive, possibly being executed onto Satan.
It seemed like such a question mark play from YALLA because he's a solo here. He sees GEEKAY rotating past him. Nobody's in the circle at this point. He could have just allowed GEEKAY to continue to rotate past him and he wouldn't have bothered him, but he took the shot, forced GEEKAY to stop, clear out the solo, and then continue on. So YALLA, I think he should have probably controlled his shots at that point. And, you know, maybe he didn't really have that trigger control as now NIGMA Galaxy having GEEKAY roll up onto them.
GEEKAY! Hello! Nice push, makes it into the edge of the circle. NIGMA Galaxy did kind of disengage away from those dips for the most part, but leaving one player there to me doesn't make sense because one player is going to do as little as 0 players, right? And it's kind of a waste of a player. And good push by GEEKAY. They didn't know how many players were in those. In that dip, they maybe didn't know if there was a player at all, but they certainly sent it as if there was one, and they're looking for another push. In case pushes forward, he's going a little bit on his own. He's in the backup of his teammates. A pre-nade goes out by Freak. No, it's actually a smoke, by the way. Smoke to send them up into the roof side, but now he's going to chuck a pre-nade. Gates will know that he's going to push it. Looks to catch out one of the players in NIGMA Galaxy. That's some great audio discipline from Gates. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's great hearing him like, hey, I heard him pull the pin, and then just, I'm just going to push while Freak was stuck in the animation of trying to cancel and whip out his gun, and that was just an easy fight. He didn't take a lick of damage. Now leaving lore, they're just going down one by one, and it's putting NIGMA Galaxy as only a solo player. At least they're in the top 9 at least, but it's still, I mean, NIGMA Galaxy, when are they going to wake up, and when are they going to finally play like we know that they all can do?
Definitely, I understand why more questions are being asked in that regard. Phase 4 Blue Zone, it's getting towards the tail end. POWR, the only full squad, one of only 5 full squads left alive, and they're also the only team that are on that western side. They have a beautiful spread in that way, so they have the cliffside covered in all the best possible ways, and they're not too close to the edge where they don't get information. Like, they're in a great position.
NASR looking down onto GEEKAY. GEEKAY, they've done really, really well. I mean, you still see the solo of 90th minute, actually, that miniature map way on the north side of the island. So he's still hanging on in there. But let's take a look where all the action is. The circle is becoming so small. Everyone can see the whites of the eyes of their enemies. And so, there goes 90th minute. Couldn't hang on there for a little bit longer, but I mean, he definitely did try. Let's take a look, recap real quick. 9R8, actually on that western bridge, we were, while this was happening, we did see Pride getting dwindled down so very low and actually able to win the fight against R8.
Yeah, it was one of those things similar to the eastern side where teams just kind of like, 2 teams made their bed and they just kind of lied in it in that regard. Major Pride ended up winning the engagement, but they overall lost the war of that game and went to sleep in their bed. When they got put down a few minutes later. 4K driving around. They still have a full squad up, looking to get some kind of position in northern edge of the circle, and one knock is going to push in quite aggressively. Golden's going to get a knock, good support from his teammate, a little bit of health nearly being put down, and outside the circle, that's going to be one knock down, and 4K put down to 3 players. It's a little bit interesting that they haven't pushed more aggressively, but I think they're trying to find another angle of pressure to continue to lay that aggression onto the side of NASR.
I think they know they can't overextend too far because if they heard the shots down below, GEEKAY would probably have vantage points of them on top of the crest of the hill. They can't push quite yet, but they want to definitely clear this one out because this is NASR is literally between 4K and the circle if they want to get in. POWR though, keeping their eyesights on 4K from a different angle.
But why are POWR moving into this position as a full squad so early, right? Use so much of that space in between the blue zone and the edge of the circle where you can just wait it out, moving methodically. I understand you want to get into that position, but just send one player there. Either way, we continue on to this fight between NASR Esports and 4K, looking to catch out NASR and 4K, and it seems like that's going to be the case, but traded instantly by Human, looking for the final elimination onto the side of 4K. Anaconda is going to strike like a vapid snake in the grass. Catch out another player, NASR, just with Thika left alive.
Love how they're able to kind of really wrap this one up. Hopefully one solo just making, I'm just gonna get out of the situation and, ensure the survival of my team a little bit downhill. We've got a little bit of a sandwich for POWR, but it's a good, or NASR, and it's a good kind of sandwich because GEEKAY is going to keep 4K at bay that they can't come and just shoot down at him.
Circle centers up. OOREDOO Thunder as they landed and rotated and dropped and controlled military base. So this is their kind of game. This is their kind of end circle. They have Hassan in as an anchor point, still up as a full squad. One of two teams who are still up as a full squad themselves in GEEKAY. However, GEEKAY have a much harder task to make it into the edge of the circle from the eastern side. Across the road, they're going to go running, punching onto the final. There, NIGMA Galaxy looking to be called out. The Lord is going to be there. Which side the Uzi, the Molly goes in the building. Down goes the final player, NIGMA.
I think he knew he was done for because he got the knock, knew the entire team was pushing and just trying to go for the thirst to get the point.
Yeah.
But the Molotov really puts him down. OOREDOO Thunders though, so many shots coming up from that uphill battle. GEEKAY still laying on the pain from down below.
Like I said, it's going to be a tough task. I appreciate that they went for the push early across the road onto the final player, NIGMA, so it gave them just a little bit more time to evaluate where they need to go, who is around them. Twists of Minds are in between OOREDOO Thunder and GEEKAY, so it's going to be a three-way battle. Hamco gets a pick on the Ragnarok. That's a good start, not only for GEEKAY, but also for OOREDOO Thunder. It's a three-way dance, like I said, but it's going to turn into a wonderful two-way dance as Twists of Minds go down.
I think it was just Twisted Minds, coming in from the rock to the tree. Just, the angles just weren't there. If it wasn't OOREDOO Thunder, it was going to be GEEKAY to take them out. We see 4K definitely not arguably, this is their best game so far today because they went out first in the first two matches today. So OOREDOO Thunder, in these kind of circles, you want that high upper ground. That's exactly what they've done to keep the control of the circle. POWR sending it into the circle now.
God damn it, POWR, man. I'm so impressed by these guys. They excite me. Monica, they so excite me. And once again, they're in a good position. They've got a good few eliminations into the top three. They're not afraid to take these challenges, take the risks, and they're making it work in their favor. 4K in their own right. Suddenly, a return to form. It's what we like to see from the leaders of the lobby coming into day 2 of the Super Weekend number 1. OOREDOO Thunder is under a lot of pressure. Hassan's down. Smoker's knocked down. Now it's just Osama and his teammate that are left alive as GEEKAY suddenly have the body advantage, but they have no idea where Golden is, and Golden is going to strike down. But he strikes a little bit too early, and 4K are taken out.
It was a little bit too early and also just not accurate enough because he had shots, didn't get a single knock, only just did a lot of damage. You couldn't focus on one player. So yeah, 4K out in 4th position. OOREDOO Thunders, they lost to, they still have the high upper ground, but it's going to be GEEKAY really looking so strong here, having that eastern circle control. And then POWR, like you said, you were so excited, so impressed by him. He's going to still have that little tree just to be a little bit outside the circle, and at some point, he's either going to need a med off or hope that there's some distraction. He can crawl a little bit closer.
OOREDOO Thunder know where he is. GEEKAY don't. That is something that could go against him. Till then, it's going to be Osama with a wonderful nade, rewarded with some great accuracy, one after another. The 1-2 Uniflu nade went in against the final player, POWR. Now we're down to 2. Instantly, they focus onto GEEKAY. Gaith has knocked Ragnar and hope it's a 3v2 in the favor of OOREDOO Thunder. And they find the hope, they find the angle, they find the cover, they find the pressure, but they're not making the most of it. They're allowing that revive to get pulled off, and I gotta look at that and I go, that's a bad idea. I get Hamco is put down to sliver of health, but in my opinion, you don't let the opposing team get back up as a 3-man team in this situation.
I think OOREDOO Thunder, they had to go for a little reset too, but 3 versus 3 on this mountain side. GEEKAY, I think Gaith is completely out of meds because he's throwing a grenade at 5% health. So, I mean, right now I'm just looking at it. OOREDOO Thunder have the advantage, but one does get knocked, so it's going to be a 3v2 now to end the match.
The 5% health man of Gaith gets a golden knock. It's going to be returned by Osama, so we're in a little bit of a clean 2v2. Osama, is he going to be able to get the revive? Is Gaith going to look to reset? Possibly, like you said, with 0 first aids. Why go for the revive? Get that it's technically a body, but you got to have the confidence to push. If it was POWR, I know they would have pushed. Get the hesitancy as we're getting into the final moments of this game. Phase 8 pops up and it shifts up north away from both of these teams. Hope is closest with his teammate. Ragnar Gaith needs to be the distraction point. He needs to be the player that's in the front line. Go, woo, woo, look at me, look at me, look at me. And then his two teammates strike from an angle, but that's not going to be the case. OOREDOO Thunder are not going to fall for that trick that Gaith might be looking to pull off, as OOREDOO Thunder still stay in the corner as a 3-person team. Shots on Gaith. He's not afraid to take them. He's taking a lot of risks, but it's understandable.
Understandable indeed. I mean, I think that GEEKAY, they're at a little bit disadvantaged spot. Yeah, when all the resources are gone, they're throwing the pan to try to maybe get an opportunistic knob. But Gaith, still no health found whatsoever. OOREDOO Thunder's a little bit of a leg up because they have so many crates to loot up as the circle is starting to converge. This is where the action is about to erupt, and we're hopefully going to see this 3v3 play out finally, because it's been long time coming. Imperium, another pan coming out the other way. Everyone hitting their bellies and trying to get those knocks.
There's a drop in the middle. There's a crate in the middle. Is it too predictable to try to get to? It kind of is. How much utility do these two teams have? Have the OOREDOO Thunder wasted them all? We'll have to wait and see as the knock comes in. Initially on the hope, he did fall for the bait to get to the crate, followed by Gaith with the second. Ragnar's on his own in a 1v3. Can the man, the myth, the legend find it out? He gets one, switches over to the SLR, gets the second. It's a 1v1. He has to continue on the SLR. 1, 2, 1, 2. He gets a 1v3. GEEKAY clutches up and he gets it chicken dinner for his team.
If there's any moment that you need to clutch on up, it is this one right here. And he went big and he took it all for himself. That 1K chicken dinner, you owe it all to him, because he just clutched up that 1v3 at the end where everyone fell off to the sides and he was able to just really do it. So, I mean, I don't know how OOREDOO Thunder allowed that to happen, because they, in all rights, they should have won that fight, right, Imperium? They had 3 different angles. Yeah. One behind a crate under hard cover, and just allowed themselves to get 1v3'd at the very end.
Ragnar, take a bow, man. Take a bow. Red dot SLR. Red dot SLR. Didn't have time to switch scope. Didn't have time to do anything. It was just, yeah, I've got one with the M4 scope. Second with the SLR. I've got the red dot on it. I'm going to push. Screw it. Got the elimination. So clutch. Beautiful from Ragnar as we look at the match rankings. God, that got me so excited, Monica.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if you were excited by POWR, you were 10 times more excited for GEEKAY, as they ended up with 12 eliminations. I mean, I really thought OOREDOO Thunders was going to be winning that match. They had the high upper ground. They had GEEKAY kind of at 0 health. Basically, remember Gaith, he had no meds whatsoever, and he's trying to, take an endgame fight with 5 HP. So 12 eliminations, so well found and 27 points that put their team on top.
Like, I do think both teams did kind of miss a couple of opportunities to be a bit more advantageous to situations such as getting the first knock. So there's certainly a little bit of passiveness across the board. However, because it was from both teams, they cancelled each other out, right? And that's what led to that final moment as you look into the second page of the standings. And kind of, look, it's not to disrespect any of the teams in the bottom half, but yeah, it's the Thunder's being stolen by the likes of OOREDOO Thunders and GEEKAY and even POWR Esports. It's can we just go back to the first page? Sorry.
Yeah, we don't want to look at this part, but I mean, you feel
No,
bad
be
about
sarcastic, but
you feel bad about the only one because this is their third game in a row that I think maybe they got 2 eliminations the last. I can't remember exactly, but it was just goose egg after goose egg after not great of a performance from them. So I mean, they really need to step it up, make something out of the last 2 matches of the day.
At what point though do you go from feeling sorry for them to being a bit harsher? I think I have my threshold is a little bit, you know, closer in terms of I kind of look at it and go, there's a pattern, and there's a pattern that the only one just aren't performing at a good enough level, and they're causing their own misfortune, right? Just as much as you can create your own luck, you can create your own bad luck. And at this point, it's not really bad luck from the only one. It's just poor gameplay. Can they turn it around? I'm sure they can. They're not a bad team. Do I want them to? Hell yeah, I really do. Anything I say negatively about a team, I always want them to turn it around. I always want to be proven wrong in that regard. So right now,
Maybe
why aren't they showing it?
Maybe we need to start giving them some tough love instead of, babying them so much so they can
Like
turn it
that.
around. I mean, that's like, this is the point where, this is kind of the turning point. We just passed our halfway point, but let's take a look at the highlights from this past match and relive some of that action.
Middle of the past that we take it, but it's what you do after that makes me. Will you quit it? Will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul.
Hey guys, we are back, and of course, this broadcast is brought to you by the Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. So make sure you celebrate your winning spirits with all of these teams with the brand new phone, which is the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022.
Oppo goes burr? Is that the kind of thing the cool kids say nowadays, right?
I don't think I've ever
I know.
heard. I don't think I've ever would have thought I would hear those words come out of your mouth, Imperium.
Look, I'm just a boomer trying to be down with the Zoomers. You get what I'm feeling?
Trying to be hip
that's
and
so
cool.
Cringe.
Yeah.
That's so cringe. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, as hip as we are, we want to see how hip some of these teams are. As we see, Twisted Minds this is not the first time they've been up here. They've actually they came into first after their win in Miramar, but still Twisted Minds. They weren't able to win that last one, but they definitely still had a great, I want to say, top 5 finish and are sitting at 109 points.
With 4K getting a successful result, it does put them closer. So in overall, it does make the standing somewhat a little bit closer, at least in terms of the top 6 now. It's only like 36 points, and that is possible. GEEKAY Esports, really good to see them up there. Where's POWR? Because POWR in 8th, there you go. Honestly, right now for me, POWR Esport are the most exciting team in this lobby. Straight up fact, they're the most exciting team in the lobby.
I think it's exciting how each day we have different teams that become the spotlight, right? It's not just, hey, it's the NIGMA Galaxy show every single day sort of thing, right? It's like, hey, yesterday 4K Twisted Mind did absolutely insane. Today it's Twisted Minds and POWR is doing really, really well. And of course, we saw that great 1v3 from GEEKAY just now at the end of that Erangel match. So I like being able to highlight different teams, right, Imperium? So it's not just, oh my God, it's just one team that's just dominating the entire region.
Sure. For sure, and just kind of a backup to what I say, POWR Esports are the only team in the top 8 to have more elimination points than placement points. That's kind of that's just double incentive on why I find POWR Esports so exciting at the moment. So credit to them in that regard. Keep going, guys. Keep pushing. Also, quick shout out to NASR Esports, the only team outside of POWR to not get a chicken dinner. So they're certainly showing a level of consistency as we look into the second page.
Great consistency from NASR, but no 1K chicken dinner prize for them. But I mean, there's still plenty of matches to churn that around as we see the second half. Like you said, Imperium, this is quite the different story, right? We see NIGMA Galaxy, they're slowly climbing up, but it's so we see them make these kind of mistakes or maybe just forced a poor hand at the beginning where they're losing one, off a bridge. They lost this person off rotation or et cetera, where only in 10th position right now.
And even Major Pride per se in 11th and R8 and 12th. There's certainly a couple of surprises, and again, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's important that these teams are challenged to were previously at the top.
Yeah, at the top. I mean, again, so many more matches to be had the rest of this weekend and the rest of the super weekends as well. Before we can get into this next Sanhok match, actually, we're going to take a look at the Grizzly Bear outfit card collection in game. So this is actually, I think this is one of the first crates that actually I am aware of that you could get all the pieces of the item in one go. It went live yesterday all the way into July 6th that you can get these cool skins in game. Join the card collection draw and win these outfits. Now, Imperium, I know what you told me last time is that you had some bear facts. Would you mind sharing a quick one as we see the map head over Sanhok?
The brown bear can reach a weight of between 150 and 370 kilograms, depending on age, sex, and season. It's just pretty chunky, nearly as chunky as me.
So if a bear was parachuting out over Sanhok, how fast do you think they would fall faster than all these other teams, all these other players?
Probably. Yeah, I think it would fall pretty fast and pretty hard onto the ground. Yeah. I like how you inserted that into the game, which is clearly the most important part of it, is that we catch where these teams are, and we are seeing a hot drop on boot camp between YALLA Esports and GEEKAY. Quick question, did this happen yesterday, Monica?
This did happen yesterday, and GEEKAY was actually the one running for the
Hey.
hills. Only Gaith left alive, so we'll see the secondary fight, the sequel of this, as YALLA
There
is
you
defending
go.
against GEEKAY.
Boot camp fight 2.0. Will it be bigger, badder, and better? Will it be diehard with a vengeance for GEEKAY as they look to get the better of YALLA? They did get an opening up, but didn't really take full advantage of it. I get that they're maybe not quite as heavily looted up as they would like to be. However, there's certainly a time and a place to pick up on an opportunity in a fight, and boot camp, you got to be as quick as you can. You got to take every opportunity as you can, especially inside the lobster building. One of the YALLA players did scale back a little bit as a Sanji, so it doesn't look like they want to prioritize locking down lobster building.
GEEKAY a little bit more committed to this fight, because before they land in the warehouses, like kind of halfway into boot camp, this time full force sending it into main building of boot camp area. Gaith, I mean, he's their open entry fragger, right? He wants to get another knock, wants to open the fight, and then call the push from the rest of his team. I mean, they've got the building kind of split half and half right now, so quite a stalemate between these two teams, Imperium.
There is another fight, by the way, going on to the northeast of boot camp between RTG and Triple Esports, just to kind of point that out in case we do pan over. It hasn't fully broken out, but they are extremely close to each other. For the time being, the focus on our screens is between YALLA Esports and EK. All these classic games that teams play in Sanhok, where they hot drop on boot camp, kind of leads to this kind of moment, right? It's preparing for this kind of moment. At the moment, however, it's a bit of a stalemate.
You would think YALLA would be a little bit more confident in this fight since they won the fight yesterday. I think YALLA recognized, hey, GEEKAY won the last match. They're probably literally running like on fire. You know, they had a 1v3 to win the match. They're playing so confident, and they're thinking, okay, maybe that kind of docked our confidence just a little bit, as we still see this fight in the background, Road to Glory versus Triple Esports.
Yeah, the DBS proven to be quite effective between these two teams, as RTG, I believe, got another confirmation onto Triple Esports. Hope we can pan on over. RTG in their own right have lost 2 players, and down go Triple Esports at the hands of J9. A little bit of a shame that we didn't pan over to that engagement. Apologies about that. We don't have any real control. I understand why, you know, they stayed on this engagement or this potential engagement, because again, it's in boot camp. However, missed out on an opportunity to see what exactly went down between RTG and Triple Esports. Hopefully we can get a bit of a replay. YALLA now, off the back of safe looting up the back buildings, is a little bit more confident to push forward and try and get an opening knock onto the side of GEEKAY.
I mean, you have a couple right within the building, stalemated down the hallway at each other. YALLA, I like they're sending one wide now to try to find a different angle. Maybe, you know, take out the outlier. You can see it in the miniature map now. Take out the outlier, potentially that off angle, and then send the rest of the 4 to focus on the 3 within the main building. So, I mean, right now they're basically mirrored one each other, right? 3 and 1, and then 3 and 1 in this boot camp area.
Shots are starting to rain out. Bullets are spraying a little bit more heavily. They can smell the danger, smell the threat, and Hope smells it into a shot and gets a knock on the boompa. Revive instantly trying to be laid out. Hope is taking a bit of damage against them. Down to half health. Need to try and get first aid off. You can hear the bajunka-junk of a DBS, and Hope is going to get knocked off the back of Bumpa, being revived up. Didn't even have time to get a first aid off. He was instantly in that firing line. Information being given over. Very cleanly executed by YALLA. Took a bit of a risk, but again, based off the communication they were given, they knew Hope was isolated in that area of the lobster building.
Gaith is just still, I mean, level 1 helmet. This is literally just a drop and get whatever resources you can have. Gaith finds his way into the room though, as now YALLA opening the fight. They get knocked in return, but it's going to be now even 3 versus 3.
Oh, who better but Ragnar? One thing to highlight as well, Monica, is I heard a couple of shots in the backline from Twisted Mind on the South Bootcamp Hill. Satan goes for the drop shot, makes it work. It's going to help turn things around, all in the favor of YALLA. Lace, one of 3 players left alive, yet to be confirmed of, like you said, potential third party from Twisted Minds. Slow down, Ragnar on his knees. Gaith looking to get the revive. He does execute it, but with how much time wasted, Bumper is going to get it. Double off 1-2 Uni-Flu. Just one player left up, and YALLA are going to look to get some sweet revenge in Bootcamp and take out the team that won the previous game in Erangel.
This is constantly just a flip-flop. Every team that wins a match seems to be now cursed to go out real early in the following match. Let's go and see that recap of that fight that was happening at the exact same time. Road to Glory versus Triple Esports. Clever just watching on through here. Triple Esports Wizard, though, finding the others. Unknown, actually. They're being able to corner Triple Esports out, and this actually happened yesterday, but it was actually Triple Esports to come up on top.
It's a shame that we only saw highlights, because I did notice in the opening parts of it, Triple had the body advantage. They actually got the 2 initial eliminations onto RGE. I don't know exactly what went wrong, because it was only highlights we saw, but it went horribly wrong. It went horribly south very quickly for them. Blue Zone of Phase 1 is starting to close in, Monica, and of course, as we did see the extended engagement between YALLA and GEEKAY finally finish off, a lot of teams have gone in towards that central area of the map, north and south of Bootcamp.
Yeah, if GEEKAY was still alive at this point, they could possibly have set up a little bit better, maybe just landed in the warehouse of Bootcamp to come up onto the hillside, but they unfortunately are going to be the first team out here. POWR, the team that we've been really watching here, now seeing 90th minute, who, remember, this is a team that seems to be just kind of preyed on by the other team, just keeps finding themselves in fights that they can't really handle. Remember, they ascended into the compound right behind POWR in that first game today and just weren't able to play aggressively enough to take it, and were actually ended by POWR. And then last game too, they just found themselves on the bridge, right before the bridge actually, with RTG or YALLA, and it was just not going well for them at all.
Obviously, we didn't really talk about Phase 1 Circle, right? Because clearly the potential action that we were going to witness right off the start. It is up north, so the Southwest Island most likely out of play. That Northwest Island could very easily come into the mix if Phase 2 shifts to the west.
I see everyone's kind of surrounding the bootcamp area, and it's great that YALLA, I mean, landed there, they're in the center of the circle, but the difficult thing about bootcamp is it's hard to exit. Because if the circle shifts out of there, look, there's NASR to the north, Twisted Minds, we have Rad also to the southern side, up on the hillside, overlooking between Painan and Bootcamp. It's going to be so hard to just rotate at all, make their escape, and they're going to be stuck within the city, and it's going to be really tough for them. So hopefully for YALLA, they're just hoping that circle keeps centering up onto Bootcamp.
Oh yeah, like YALLA have full on built a house, built a kitchen, white picket fence surrounding the area. They got their 2.4 children, right? You know, YALLA have set up a new home in Bootcamp. They're locked and loaded. They really are not going anywhere. And that's okay. It's okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. Right? Because if they leave it at the right time and they can at least use this central location to grab as much information as they can, then it does allow them to more calculatively move into the later circles, should it move away from Bootcamp. At the moment, yeah, they are where they are.
It's like they signed a long-term lease for boot camp,
Yeah.
right? And they can't,
Yeah.
there's no break in this lease early at all. Conqueror, though, they see Major Pride creeping up onto the back of them. That's going to be on the far eastern side, on the kind of northern side of Quarry area. I think Pride, they heard a couple shots, like, we don't want any of this heat, and we're going to continue to rotate around and find an easier way into this next circle.
Rather have replaced Twisted Minds in the South Boot Camp Hill. By the way, it's Twisted Minds up the back of phase 2 opted to go for more in the southeastern area of boot camp, and it kind of gives them overwatch into the more eastern side of the circle. So I appreciate it. The only one right now inside Paradise Resort with R8 kind of surrounding it. All right, landed in Paradise Resort. It's okay. I don't really like how they have themselves set up. I have to wait and see if they're able to get some awareness on the only one being close to them.
The only one, again, horrendous days so far. They need to get some points here, and they've already kind of started off by putting the pressure onto R8. R8, I think, somehow have allowed the only one to rotate around, around to become further into the circle than them. That could be a pretty disastrous, setup for them. But the only one, I think, as they're clearing it out, getting a little more confident and just trying to find, because they can assume that R8 is probably still here because they recognize they're kind of slow to rotate out of the city.
Look, the positive thing, the only one, is that we're 12 minutes in and they still have a full squad. I might have spoken too soon. Is that caster curse?
Spoke way too soon.
Possibly Bandar does get the drop. Will they find his second? Oh, Imperium, you terrible human
Jinx
being
them.
indeed. And 7R gets knocked. So just as I kind of highlighted the benefit of them still being up as a full squad at this stage of the game, they lose 2 right off the bat.
You like that timing, right? It's just like, oh, Imperium, they're doing so great for them, and then boom, boom, knocked in flushed.
Okay. I was trying to be positive, and yeah,
they play a reverse Uno card on you, and they're like, psych. That's not exactly what happened here.
Reverse Uno, pick up 4, multiply it by 3.
Plus 8. It's just every
like
card
plus
is played.
8. Skip go.
Wild card.
Everything.
Change the color to one you don't have.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, the phase 3 has kind of done something a little bit similar to these teams, right? Because it's centered up once again, and the unfortunate aspect of it, Monica, is that it still encapsulates a good chunk of that Northwest Island and the river that's splitting those 2 parts of the map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we waited for a water zone potentially. Twisted Minds, though, just out in the open and fighting against NASR. There's 2 of your very, very tippy-top teams on the leaderboards, and NASR just, I don't know, just you would assume that there's a team in the warehouse and just ran out in the open. YALLA actually, they broke their lease. They've now evicted themselves out of boot camp, and using that fight as a distraction have made their way across that open road and are now in the boot camp warehouses right behind Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I really like the proactive rotation from Twisted Minds. I don't agree with them going to the warehouses of boot camp because I think it's a little bit of a riskier spot compared to Central Boot Camp, right? However, again, I appreciate the proactivity. YALLA in their own right, by the way, earlier on had actually gotten a knock onto one of the NASR players up the hill. I don't know if that converted to an elimination point. I don't think so. But my point is YALLA kind of doing exactly what I wanted them to, which is kind of get information, be proactive from that Central Boot Camp position and do what you can with it. POWR get involved and they suffer a knock. They try and put more pressure onto NASR. They have R8 behind them. This is a cluster on this North Boot Camp Hill.
I mean, cluster on the crest of the hill. They're all playing for who's the king of the mountain. POWR, the team that we're all watching here. Conte is going to be knocked. He's going to be begging for a pat on the back as NASR miracle. I mean, it was a miracle he didn't get knocked by that nade. But, I mean, 3 of them, they're all very spread out. Only kind of, they can't even see each other. They're kind of all playing this solo game here. As oh, man. If you're going to be the flank, if you're going to have that off angle, you cannot get knocked.
To be fair, it was from 90th minute who are on that compound to the southeast of the bridge that is like kind of quite far away. So naturally, you know,
Didn't think.
naturally you don't expect it. However, when they're out in the open, you within reason should, and the overextended is welcome. Less likely he's going to get revived up. NASR are now down to 2 players. YALLA have yet to really fully engage on the Twisted Minds, by the way, in the warehouses of boot camp. You have RTG getting a little bit into the mix to the compound to the southeastern edge of this circle, and all the while teams are just looking to converge in as phase 3 blue zone is getting close to phase 4.
Yeah, as we have them all kind of centered on that boot camp hill, waiting for this next circle. Everyone of the what is this circle, Imperium? You were saying this entire match, keep an eye on that, you know, that western island still in play, and still in play indeed. This is once again OOREDOO Thunder just gifted the circle on a silver platter right into their laps, and they have the only compound in the center of that circle.
Monica, you should have forced a bet out of me that it was going to end in mainland. If you had have done that, you should have, man. You should have. No. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's too late.
Do it.
Too late. You missed your opportunity to strike. No.
Do it for the memes. Can we reverse the stream back to like boot camp, and I'm gonna like say it there, be like, hey, try to guess where the circle goes. Man, missed opportunity.
We cannot go back in time. All right. They're going to try and get a revive. The pre-Molly goes through from Kante. He got revived back up in around his side of the buggy. Has a little bit of hard cover. I think that was actually 4K. No, Kante got the knock into Prestige. At the end of the day, Bandar finishes Kante and POWR Esports off. And all right, we'll be able to get the revive onto Prestige behind the rock.
I think that was a little bit of third-party action coming out from Pride in the distance, kind of aid in the side. I mean, they just see people and they're just going to spray in the distance. NASR, remember, they lost one of their off angles down by the water, not seeing where 90th minute was. But here we have YALLA Twisted Mind now pushing up all together, opening fight with a grenade.
Scythe Bumper working as a dynamic duo. Dammy gets finished off. That's going to be Twisted Minds down as quick as they can call it. YALLA pick up another bunch of eliminations. They are up to 10 in this game alone and will still continue on as a 3-man squad. Pride inside the blue will step up. Milky Way gets a drop onto the only one, now down to just a solo. Zaya trying to do something to get a little bit of revenge, but it's only going to be a matter of time. Will any heal shots come out in this Sanhok game remains to be seen, at least for the time being, as the circle is starting to close in and we're getting very close to phase 5.
Fourth phase, yeah, almost phase 5. It's going to start to burn like some hot sauce from Taco Bell if you can get this first 8 on up. YALLA, like you said, 10 eliminations found so far. Still in the bootcamp warehouse, just barely, but now it's R8 to descend from the mountain. And this is the hottest spot on the map, Imperium, as every single fight seems to be happening right here.
It is a magnet of destruction, devastation. As all right, I'm going to try and get a drop onto YALLA, but YALLA are not a team to be mixed with. In through the crevice of the warehouse window. Get a knock on the bumper. Siphon Late's going to just lay down low. They know that they have a little bit of time on their hands. All right, they're a tiny bit hesitant to push this. Safe has to push on down. All right, find the beat. They find the bop. They find the pop. And they're looking for the squad wipe on the YALLA. YALLA will finally most likely go down in the heart of boot camp where they started off this destruction, right? Go down like an iron fist, and Nate comes in and boom goes the dynamite. All right, finish YALLA off.
YALLA just didn't even put up a fight. They all sat in their corners in the separated rooms and just allowed R8 to push up onto them, and they just took the kind of 1 versus 2 fight, just not in their favor at all. But 4K, they're on the opposite side of the map. They're trying to come and swim across the water to try to get on this northwestern island, but it's going to be rad to prevent them from getting any free swimming lessons here on Sanhok.
The only one esports go down, and yeah, phase 5 did shift over to the western side of the map once again, so it is going to be a northwest island finish. It's great for the likes of OOREDOO Thunders, who have the combat, have the control, have the circle, have the beat onto 90th minute. Inside the blue, it's phase 5. That does a decent chunk of damage, and they're whittled down to just a solo. Yazan on his own, hopeful he can pick up a couple of first aids from his teammates. That's only lasts him a little bit of time.
I'm unsure why the rest of his team didn't drop him his first stage because they died, so far away from him and they go out. I think he probably could have meted off a little bit more, closer to that 5th place finish. But Road to Glory, 90th minute, they're all out of the match now as Pride coming up from the waterway. OOREDOO Thunder not allowing anybody to come up onto their beach for free.
Major Pride go down. 5 teams are left. The dust has settled. The blue zone has become familiar to all of these teams that are either left alive or have gone down. We're down to 10 players, 5 teams. That's an average of 2 per team. But OOREDOO Thunders, they have a full squad.
I mean, there's no way OOREDOO Thunder can really throw this game, right? Like, if there's any other conclusion of this match beyond OOREDOO Thunder getting the chicken dinner, that's just going to be so surprising. But hey, we've been surprised before, right? We saw that 1 versus 3 come out from GEEKAY last game, so maybe some of these teams are going to be trying to do this. Rad, I mean, this is a last-ditch effort. 2 of them in the car, 1 meting out in the distance, that they find a little bit of hard cover. I think it's still just not quite within the circle.
If it's a case where they're going for a plan B, 2 pushing in, 1 going for the heel strat, honestly, I really appreciate that from Brad, because if you're going to look to pull off a heel strat, it's really the best of both worlds. It looks to be the case as Kato is going to try and do everything he can to set up a bit of hard cover. The blue zone's closing in. He's on a sliver of health.
Oh, man.
He will go down. Delhap is still alive, but he's going to be encapsulated by the blue. Hassan has the angle. So do OOREDOO Thunder. The circle shits up north. It's away from both of these teams. OOREDOO Thunder, man, they have the drop, and you know what? There's no Ragnar there to steal the chicken dinner away this time.
Yeah, OOREDOO Thunders, they were robbed of the win in the last game, right? Just such a long drawn out 3v3 between them and GEEKAY. Now they're like, all right, we really need that 1K now, and we're going to sit here all 4. I mean, this was one of the easiest, I think, setups for OOREDOO Thunders, but they have all 4. Everyone out, just meting out into the play zone. R8, they're the next one to bite the dust as Ralph. I want to see how many first aids he's had, because he's been meting off forever.
The classic NIGMA Galaxy heel strat.
Classic.
The classic. Nostalgia, right? It's happened for so long. Good old Roof. Never miss a beat. And look, for a team that have failed to really kick off their first Super Weekend, and like I said, kind of both long-term and even short-term, needing these points, you do what you can to get them, and Roof picking up 12 for placement alone is technically positive for NIGMA Galaxy.
I love the Hassan. He knows they won. They're just emoting in the open now. Just hey, I'm just gonna take a quick nap right here. Don't mind me. All good, because they know they got this chicken dinner in the bag.
And obviously, Roof doesn't know that he's got second place in the bag, right? For all he knows, it could technically be 2v1v1 or 2v2v1 in that regard. So he's going to use every first aid that he can, and I believe last time we looked, he was down to maybe 1. This could be the last one. So OOREDOO Thunders, it's an anticlimactic finish, but it does still go to show that OOREDOO Thunders have the ability to close off these games, and they finish the Sanhok with a chicken dinner.
I mean, OOREDOO Thunders, I mean, you couldn't have played that game any better. They, they land, I mean, kind of on that Western Island already. All they had to do was come down. I mean, this was their, like, they won the lottery, basically, right? Where the circle was kind of half on that Northwestern Island, half on the main island, and it just happened to shift onto them in the compound that they were already at, and everyone was just caught, in the water, trying to swim across, trying to rotate onto the minuscule bridges that were connecting those 2 islands. So OOREDOO Thunders, they got a second place the last game, and they finally got their win in this one.
Looking at the match rankings straight away, I do feel for a lot of these teams, and I understand that it is the case with Sanhok, and it's what makes it so frustrating at times, is that you can't control those really, really frustratingly hard circle shifts, and it just happened to be one of those games where it did shift unpredictably over to that Northwest Island. OOREDOO Thunders took full advantage as they picked up 24 points.
So 9 eliminations found. That's kind of on the low end for eliminations, right? In terms of a team that can get the chicken dinner, because OOREDOO Thunders, they didn't really have to move that much. That means that they didn't really put themselves in the position to take a lot of fights. They had most of their eliminations were kind of brought to them, right? Like 90th minute, sending 3 players out in the open around the rock. They just, annihilated them. Then another team, coming up, sort of thing. So all these eliminations were brought to them. They didn't go find it themselves, versus YALLA, who were just constantly from the get-go in a fight after fight after fight.
Good from YALLA. 10 elimination points, 11 in total.
Yeah.
So really positive for them, and of course continued progression for the likes of NIGMA, Galaxy, and R8 as we do move on to the second page. What is of course most notable is Twisted Minds, only 1 point in that game. Okay, GEEKAY only got 1 point in their own right, but if we think back to the overall standings coming into this game, 4K were only 18 points behind Twisted Minds, and they didn't get 18 points, but they did get a number of points more than Twisted Minds, so it should make that leaderboard a little bit closer.
I feel like there really is this curse where you win a game and then the next game you do, out. Maybe some of these teams are just taking it a little bit too confidently. Like, yes, we won a game, we're invincible, and just go after everyone. And then, oops, we went out in 16th place. What happened, right? And then you just kind of canceled out your win. You just got kind of average points. So, now we have OOREDOO Thunders that just won. So let's see how they do in this next one, which will be the last one in Erangel Imperium. So, how the time has flown, because we've had a lot of fun today.
Yeah, we have, and of course, before we go into the break, which will be soon enough, and I highlighted how, Twisted Minds only got 1 point, and it was technically good for. It was even better for OOREDOO Thunders. They won that game. They were lying in third. They were good near 20 points or just over 20 points behind Twisted Minds. So we could see a new leader in the Super Weekend lobby.
Yeah, great stuff from them from that third match in Erangel, and then obviously great stuff from them from Miramar, getting the chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points. Let's look at some of the highlights to relive Sanhok, all the crazy action. one more match, my friends. And of course, it is brought to you by Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. So definitely celebrate your winning spirit with our designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Imperium, one more match. How the time has gone by.
It's flown by. It's absolutely flown by. I'm genuinely kind of like shocked that we're into the final game of the day, but it's been fun. The teams have been arguably more competitive. The action has been certainly exciting. The circle shifts at the start of the day were really nice, give or take, quite peaceful. Still left difficult endings, but they were like calmer and smoother transitions into that end game. Whereas the last two games have been a little bit more brutal, a little bit more a kick in the facey, you could say.
I think it's a little more forgiving on us, right? It's not just, oh, mid game and then, oh my god, suddenly 8 teams are having a fight sort of thing.
Exactly.
It's been a little more, okay, one fight, okay, a third party. It's like, okay, now 2 fight, like slowly building up into the end game or building up into a met-off in Sanhok,
Definitely.
right? And then OOREDOO Thunders just had the easiest chicken dinner of their lives.
And it's exciting to see, obviously, how close the overall standings is coming into this final game of the day as well. I don't know if forget, are we going to take a look at... Oh, yeah, look at that. Andre, you absolute champion. You absolute champ. Yeah, OOREDOO Thunders have taken that top spot.
So they got 20, what was it? 20 some points or something in that last game, and they definitely have now overtaken the first place from Twisted Minds. So this is what we like to see, right? We constantly see these teams vying for that first place spot, so it's not always just the same team just stuck on top.
Still only 31 points dividing the top 5. GEEKAY obviously went down early, so they do drop down a tiny bit. Lots more opportunity to come into play as we move on to the second page. Nice to see YALLA Esports. Sorry, not YALLA. NIGMA Galaxy are noted out of the bottom page. R8 will be looking to follow suit in this final game of the day. And YALLA still in 11th, which is definitely a big surprise.
I mean, YALLA, if we look at the second half, they're the only team with a chicken dinner that is on the second half, right? So that goes to show, I mean, realistically, without that chicken dinner, they'd be way further down. They're really relying on that win with those eliminations. So, it's quite the stark difference from the first page.
Definitely. Look, the lobby is hard. The lobby is genuinely hard. So, kind of when we highlight the teams down at the bottom that maybe aren't doing well, again, it's always with the perspective of knowing what they are capable of, but also understanding that the lobby is quite difficult. Just gotta try and improve as you can each and every game.
Well, one way they can really improve their gameplay is taking a little drink of Monster, our official energy drink partner of PMPL Arabia. So I know those teams flying high like OOREDOO Thunders, they're all energized up, all hyped up on Monster.
I like that. I was like, I've left that open for a pretty decent transition. Will Monica take it? God, you grabbed it with 2 hands, just like the plane path is grabbing these players by 2 hands and bringing us into the final game of the day. Day 2 of the first super weekend is about to finish. Monica in that plane path. It's a bit to the west, but diagonal does open it up a little bit easier for the teams that want to go to the east.
Teams that go to the east we're obviously looking at 4K going all the way over to just like past the mansion, kind of big spread around in that area. And I think it's just barely, they're able to just land a little shy, get the vehicles and drive the rest of the way over there. From the first game, remember, we saw kind of questionably NIGMA Galaxy, they kind of went for the cars and drove for a ways when they could have made Pachinki. So I want to see what happened there, but they didn't actually start looting Pachinki until about the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, that's something I certainly hope that they improve on, and they can build a little bit confidence-wise off the back of a better result in the last game. Certainly used to it at least, and Phase 1 pops up. It is complementary to the playing path. A little bit of a threat towards Military Island. And you know what? I'm gonna go early on this one.
Do it.
I'm gonna bet that if it ends in Military Island, I will chug a can of Monster.
Okay, so does it count next time when it's clearly on military base and I say, hey, Imperium? If it lands on military base,
I'm committing on phase 1. That's a pretty big commit.
That's a
pretty big commitment.
You know what's committed here is Triple Esports after this one player of Red. Does he even have a weapon? I think he's just trailing him just for the lulls. Like, hey guys, I can see him. I'm gonna chase him all the way over here. And Rad and Triple Esports, they usually go down to the Milta Power, like Milta City-ish area.
Yeah.
So both of these teams have alternatively dropped. He doesn't even have a gun. What is he trying to do here?
Honestly,
yeah, I don't know.
I think it is one of those things where they're kind of just respecting each other and not worrying about it. And to me, that's the best thing that both teams can do. Especially if they're familiar with the likes of RTG looting up around Yasnaya, 4K looting up around this area. I did say that with the diagonal pathing of the plane path that it was going to be a little bit easier for teams that want to drop over to the east. It doesn't mean that it's a walk in the park.
So you took the more realistic approach and were like, this is probably what's happening. I took the Monica chose violence and tried to see the violence in every single play and rotation that's going here, and thought they were gonna have some fast and furious action. But now that you say that, I'm like, okay, not everybody's out to get everyone.
I think I've known you for a little bit of time. I've commentated with you quite a bit. You have a bit of a sadistic side that does come out in in certain times. You have an air of evilness, which I massively appreciate, Monica. Don't change. Keep that sadistic side. It's important. Like I said, you're a badass. Yeah. Simple as that.
I look for the more interesting, be like, yes, this is definitely intended this way, but it wasn't quite there. So I mean, Rad, they landed up into that Stalber. What a rotation! They landed up in the Stalber area and got vehicles, and then drove all the way down. Looks like they're heading for Milta Power. Same thing with Triple Esports. I think it would have been a little bit more direct for them to jump out around Pachinki, go around for some vehicle spawns around Farm, and then drive the rest of the way there.
But they know Twisted Minds go to Farm, and there's a limited amount of vehicles, right? So, it technically is safer, even though it's slower. The other alternative that I genuinely would like to see, and really idealistic, and it's not even a complicated idealistic, just drop Stalbar Kameshki, have that as a secondary drop spot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it means you need to train more to learn path lines. Most of the most successful teams, or most of the best teams in the world, have secondary drop spots, right?
Maybe they saw 90th go up there though.
Well, the plane path would have, but the plane path also favored 90th minute going to their normal drop spot in Primorsk, right? You definitely do bring a bit of a decent counterpoint, right? You do bring a bit of a decent counterpoint. So maybe I shouldn't be so hot and heavy on that. I don't really have a counter to that, to be honest. You bring up a good point.
I don't know. I'm waiting for the one day of a Stalber hot drop though, because that would be. I mean, that's so an unideal hot drop because there's no big compounds up there. Maybe if you land right within the center of Stalber with all those kind of little stacks and buildings and stuff, but I don't think I've ever really seen a hot drop in a professional lobby in Stalber so far outside of the zone.
Nice early rotation by YALLA, taking advantage of the fact that they would have been one of the first teams to start looting up the Severny area, so they have a bit of an opportunity to, like, not get ahead of teams, but at least in turn start the scouting phase a little bit earlier and try and control and manipulate the traffic coming around the Everest / North of the River part of the circle. So yeah, I appreciate this from YALLA.
So far, this is setting up to be a very similar circle to the first Erangel match that we had today that ended up in the kind of GEEKAY areas.
Yeah,
So
true.
this one, it still has. I mean, the first circle you can obviously say that because it's encompassing so much of the land. I think it is a little bit further south though, and because it is a little bit further south, Conqueror that lands kind of right just on the main island across from the western bridge. They're going to be able to set up a lot of the little hillsides here. This is a really good spot to take that a lot of teams
It
they do
is.
this similar split. They have some down in the compound there and some up on the plateaus here and able to get so much vantage point on the surrounding area.
I would low-key prefer for me if they had a spread that was more east to west or west to east rather than north to south, if that makes sense. Just because I think that Fairy Pier Hill is quite large, so if you give too much space to teams around you, such as 90th minute, for example, then that can hurt you later on in the game.
Yeah.
As of right now, you are right about that kind of split of the hill and the compound.
OOREDOO Thunder is down into the military base, and this is the team have they gotten 2 chicken dinners today? I'm trying to
Ardue Thunders.
at least one, obviously, because the last one, but they got a second place.
They've got 2 in total. I know that much.
Yeah, because it was the first Erangel match of today where they
Sorry.
beat
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, they got 2 in total.
Yeah. So 2 chicken dinners today, 1 second place where they lost a 3v1 against GEEKAY Esports, and now trying to go for. I mean that would be a crazy finish, right? If they can get another chicken dinner or another great finish for today, because this is the team that's sitting at number 1 in the leaderboards right now.
Basically, they're having a good day.
Basically, to put it lightly, they're having an okay good day.
Wow. Did you? Wow. Are you mocking me, Monica?
I mean, if
It's fine,
OOREDOO
it's
Thunder
fine.
would hear that, they'd be like, "What more
hashtag-
can we do?"
Hashtag cancel Monica. You know.
Hashtag bully Imperium.
Hashtag site. Okay, cool. Wow. Okay. Wow. I feel attacked. I feel absolutely attacked, and yeah, I'm just gonna start crying.
Everyone's like, "I thought it was only hashtag PMPL Arabia. What are all these other hashtags we're supposed to be tweeting out?"
Phase 2 does center up quite nicely on top of Pachinki. NIGMA Galaxy did go for kind of a split around South Bootcamp Hill and still inside the city, which I don't mind, but I would argue they should look to either lock down one and the other. I don't think they should stay in Pachinki City, so send all 4 players to the South Hill.
Yeah, GEEKAY, they did really, really well 2 games ago. Obviously, we saw them get the chicken dinner 1v3 against OOREDOO Thunders. But then the last game in Sanhok, they landed right within the city with YALLA, and they went out first. So this is I can't really predict. Are they feeling good? Are they feeling bad? Did they just repress the memory of what happened in Sanhok and is gonna play their usual Erangel game? But we have seen GEEKAY on Erangel, and we see them do so well. So I mean, I have some high hopes for them for sure, and maybe they can redeem themselves after that last match.
Definitely, and they should in no way, shape, or form be thinking about the previous game in Sanhok. Not only was it a different map, but also as a player, mentally, you should always be looking at the present and looking ahead. Don't dwell on the past, right? Because you can't change that. You bring up a good potential observational point. However, I don't expect them to be thinking about the previous game. Get back on track and play, like you said, the Erangel game, as they know they can play it.
Conquer, if the circle comes to this area once again, they're going to be set up really well, because this is in their backyard, right? Like, this is right where they land. They have been in this general area for 11 minutes so far. So if you think of it, they have had 11 minutes to collect the information versus a team like Twisted Minds, who kind of just showed up out of farm. And you already see Conquer laying down a couple of shots in the distance onto Twisted Minds, but unable to get that first knock.
All right, still continuing to kind of rotate a little bit later into these circles. normally I don't mind. I think in this kind of situation, it could fare off better for them if they rotated a little bit quicker or a little bit deeper, at least sending a scout forward. Remains to be seen how it works out for them, as we are getting halfway through the blue zone of phase 2.
Rad, one of those teams. Actually, 4K, Rad, Triple Esports, all of these teams, they've kind of been following each other the whole time because all three of them landed up in that kind of Stauber, Yasnaya-ish side of the world. All took vehicles, rotated down to their eastern drop spots in Lipkova, in Milta, and then have now rotated all next to each other into farms. So it's really, they're just kind of, hey, you know, all three ducks in a row, just kind of following each other here. Yalla kind of on the opposite side here from Pachinki, just going into GEEKAY, as GEEKAY also coming in from the Razak area.
Like when you're in school and one of the cool kids rocks up with a new pair of Nikes and you're instantly like, okay, I need to be as cool as him. So you go out and you get the same pair and think you're as cool as them. Phase 3 shift isn't really that cool. Not only for potentially me, because it does still have a tiny tip of the military island in play, but also does take away a lot of that landmass compared to phase 2.
I'd say it'd be pretty cool if it went to military base, right?
Wow,
to the horror of all the players in the lobby, it'd be pretty cool for us, right? Because then you'd have to chug a monster. But I think it's pretty safe to say that it's gonna stay on the main island here. Triple Esports finding their little kind of what do you call it? It's the barns kind of out in the open field.
Yeah.
We've seen circles kind of land similar to here, and it's real great because it's just open fields all around them.
Yeah, the coastline barn compound is great. They reacted extremely quickly to the circle, as they kind of conquer, but they do have a team around them in the form of OOREDOO Thunders, and OOREDOO Thunders are feeling good. One of their players gets knocked, 4K as well. Lose a player, that's 1 knock, 22 going down. Will he be able to be revived? That will be the case. It's on the northeastern side of the circle on the high ground hills. They could get torn apart if they leave it too late to get the revive off. They have to be focused now on teams coming in around them, as Triple Esports are being very proactive in this position.
Yeah, 4K has set themselves up to hopefully get a lot of eliminations here. Road to Glory. Dived off the cliff, right? I mean, they found themselves here, and there's a lot of little nooks and crannies over there that a lot of these teams can share this kind of coastal line.
Yeah.
And Road to Glory. I mean, they're opening themselves up. Hey, if it goes to the military base, 1 in a million chance, they can dive off the cliff, go all the way across, or they can save their cards like they have and rotate left, right, north, wherever it may go. We see GEEKAY though, they're just on the edges of the fields, hugging that kind of western side, but it doesn't really look like anyone is in their general vicinity.
Honestly, if I was 90th minute, this is going to sound really crazy. There's a little bit of logic, but understand it's crazy. I'd go onto military base. Really. You stick to the very northern tip line, the Mohawk side. You do get vision onto the northern side, and you're not really expected to be there. Therefore, you can surprise a couple of teams. And you can still make it back onto the mainland in the next shift. Just saying.
That's true.
It's crazy. I know it's really crazy, but there's a little bit of logic there.
Someone who needs a lot of love, it's going to be Major Pride, because we really haven't seen anything happen from them today so far. They're kind of at the bottom, like middle bottom of the standings, and this is the team that was right in the top 4, I want to say, coming in from league play. So Major Pride, I mean, these are really big known players. They're on like Konina Knights, like, or Konina POWR, like all these kind of unique, these big teams, and just, I don't know, for some reason it's just not clicking for them this weekend.
Oh, it's not at all. They confidently qualified into the first Super Weekend, all right, but they haven't really shown that power strength so far. NIGMA Gogs here on the south of Pachinki Hill with them, so that fight will break out as the next circle did center up. It's away from Military Island. Wait, does that mean I have to chug a can of Monster? Because did I say it was going to end on Military Island?
You said it was going to end on Military
Island.
Oh,
damn. Okay, dude. Oh. Okay, cool. Well,
Another
that
one
will
bites
happen
the dust.
another time. I don't have a can of Monster on me, but you'll have to wait and tune into another day of the PMPL to check that out if you're in any way interested. For now, YALLA and NASR are engaging on each other.
I'll have to let Highland Wolf know on our little ongoing bet. So, you don't get any off days on our potential military base monster chugging. NASR. I mean, they're on the edge of the circle, right? It shifted away from them a second consecutive time. The circle has shifted onto that coastline down in the southwestern side. NIGMA Galaxy, they haven't moved that much at all, right? They go to Pachinki. They came out here. Once again, just losing one player too early and debilitating themselves, right? Just kind of like cutting off their foot, and they're only playing with 3-man at this point.
I like that they're disengaging off the back of losing a player. Is it maybe a little bit too early? Possibly. Remains, of course, to be seen. YALLA, they remain to see NASR anymore as they get the squad up onto them. That happened very quickly indeed. Pride lose another player in the form of Nomi because they tried to disengage and kind of bit them a little bit too hard in the butt. There's a limited amount of space inside the edge of this circle, so I understand if a couple of these teams who are outside do go for eliminations, as the compound held onto by a number of these teams are getting pushed.
Triple Esports coming in from farm area, and we see, it's a good idea when you have it, but if every single team has the same idea, taking the coastlines of this area, it just becomes a totally bad idea as Triple Esports. I mean, look at how congested it is on that northern and eastern side. It's just such a bad spot for all of these teams.
Like GEEKAY in kind of 90th minute, I really respected the positions they've both taken inside this circle. I know 90th minute have lost a player, right? But they still have that lighthouse area, and that gets a lot of information towards that compound that's in the center part of the circle. And they even have Jabal a little bit further in, so the anchor point position is in play. The fight is going to break out between GEEKAY and NIGMA Galaxy for a shack on the northwestern edge of the circle. GEEKAY have lost a player because I think they sent them on his own, but now the rest of the team follow suit, and I think that is NIGMA Galaxy out of this game, as we are left with, I believe, 13 teams, and 4 of them only have solos.
I mean, the NIGMA Galaxy, that is such a surprise because they know this spot. It's just the south of their drop spot. Here we now have POWR just, finding out here as all the teams now, this is where you get in your cars or have them safe, ready. And here, this is the third time this circle has just trolled the lobby and just sent it down into the southwestern side to the absolute glee of GEEKAY Esports, because it's just come to them every single time, and they're just waiting all four in that kind of western side. As now we pan onto Rito Thunder's Conqueror. They've been here for forever and ever, and at some point one of these teams needs to get the leg up, take the other team out, and then have that free reign of kind of that eastern side.
Look, although it might not look it sometimes, the perfect balance of life is good and evil, that yin and yang, and this phase 5 is certainly a yin and yang between land and water, and shrinks the availability to control this phase so much harder. Twisted Minds are outside the circle, inside the compound. OOREDOO Thunder are going to have a barrage of teams heading in their direction. 4K think it's a good idea to go for a coastline position, but they're going to be met with a hail of bullets in their direction, whether it's by Conqueror, who are already there, or Conqueror, who are outside of it. So good connection by Conqueror Rack together as they try and continue to control this late game. 90th minute in their own right, along with GEEKAY trying to find a position on the western edge of the circle.
It's one of those classic examples of rotating a little too early, or just the timing just really wasn't there, because all the teams were having their eyesights on them, and all they could do was just send all of them except for one into the water. Looks like Twisted Minds, they'll still want a piece of the action, sending it. Everyone just having a swimming party down below. I think we have 4 teams down in the water right now, Imperium.
Oh my god, he got knocked in the air. Ragnarok got caught by Groza. That was absolutely glorious. The only one are losing players left, right, and center. RTG have gone down. OOREDOO Thunders have been pushed. They've lost one. Confirmed. Hamco was knocked. Will the revive be laid out? How much damage has been done? GEEKAY could be swinging in from the west. They have a lot of control. Major Pride go down. Suddenly, we have 9 teams left.
I think the only one drowned to death. I think that's what I'm seeing here. But I mean, we see this 5th phase. It's just where we lose about half the lobby. Everybody, you can see it in the miniature map, just on top of each other, having their fights. And this is where you need to be so good at keeping and just quickly diagnosing what kind of information I'm getting and seeing all these teams around me. POWR, the one that we saw doing so great earlier in the day, looks like they're going to be the next one out in 9th position. But right now, we're looking at Conquer and we're looking at GEEKAY, the 2 strongest teams probably in the lobby in terms of numbers.
You know the way Ragnar got knocked in the air?
Yeah.
He actually got revived up unbelievably by his teammates. He got revived up. Twisted Minds are still up as a full squad, but they're sunk. They're sunk because of that circle shift. They might be able to swim to that tiny bit of water that's inside the circle, but that's going to be a haven for the likes of CONQUEROR. They're going to have to try and find any kind of entry point in. I don't think they can get up into the land. I don't know. Either way, they're running out of time. 17s are left, 19 players alive. GEEKAY, the circle heads in their direction. They're still up as a full squad. This could very easily be a GEEKAY chicken dinner.
Conquer, they're gonna have to put their hooks and put their grippy shoes on if they want to try to send this rocky side. Twisted Minds down in the water. Again, you can't shoot back when you're in the water. You're literally like a sitting duck, but they're gonna find little crevices to hide behind, as that could be a real good nade, but it falls just a little bit shy. Conquer, though, they've got that great high upper ground. Twisted Minds just, I don't know how they're gonna get up in here, especially if the circle shifts away from them.
Exactly. Looking at what GEEKAY are doing as well, and they have a 3-1 split, 3 pushing in on the hillside overlooking the compound that's onto the east, and they have 1 player scaling back. Okay, they split to 2-1 split as Calica's doing a wonderful job. Gets a double knock, will get knocked in return. Real following suit. Vigars is able to trade in all the right ways. Where's the rest of Conquer? They need to have those bodies pushing in. Riva is on his own. Will he go for the push? Will he try to attempt to revive? He's still outside the circle. He has to try and find a way in.
I think really Twisted Minds up on their feet, right? They're just returning the fight back and forth. Riva, he does see some of the members of Twisted Mind, though, trying to ascend and just peeks out, but I think he needs to get in the circle now, Imperium, because the circle is about to close.
Man, Twisted Minds want this more than CONQUEROR. I'm sorry, they do. They're playing so much more proactively, and I get that Riva is whittled down to his own, but I would argue that he shouldn't have been in a situation where he's on his own in terms of he should have been there with the rest of his team. Now, OOREDOO Thunder do know that there's still people on the cliffside off the back of the shots, and it's going to be Hamco to finish CONQUEROR off. So good play by OOREDOO Thunder, not having tunnel vision as they play out of the compound, and GEEKAY are going to be camping them in all the right ways. It's a matter of time as phase 6 will turn into phase 7.
The only time camping is allowed, or, look positively upon GEEKAY. So Twisted Minds, you're trying to avoid the sights from Conquer from up above, have fallen into the eyesights of GEEKAY. Satan, though, throwing the grenade just a little bit shy of the shack where OOREDOO Thunder is there to caught all the way in the open.
Be careful, Satan. Peeks you. Continue to lay the pressure on. Hope pushes forward with the buggy. A knock comes in, but Smoker finds the angle. Comes into the other direction, and they do at least get the trade. Time is technically running out, and Molly over around the edge of the hill to try and continue to suppress the players from GEEKAY. 90th minute, solo player on the bottom of the cliff. The final player, YALLA, swimming inside the water. The circle is shifted up north. Hope is on the northern side of the road. OOREDOO Thunder have to scale down this hill to make it into the edge of the circle. GEEKAY are somewhat still in control, but there is a tiny element of play that could go against them.
OOREDOO Thunders, though, I mean, they came off the back of a win in the last game, but it didn't have quite as much action in this game. So GEEKAY, I mean, they're able to get the reset. They have quite a few eliminations. The OOREDOO Thunder all kind of stacked up onto each other. Hopefully there's not a nade coming in their way, because they would take them all out in return, but they're going to throw all their resources into the likes of GEEKAY. Imperium, we're down to our top 5 teams as GEEKAY now finds a knock onto themselves.
Hope has to be the player of this game. He's in the backline. He has to be the one to suppress Ardu Thunders as the peak comes in. 1-2. That's a push, guys, with the Groza. Makes it count. And Ardu Thunders, they go for the push. But GEEKAY survive. 4 teams are left. 1 player drops down. Satan is still down, but there is the opportunity to go for a revive. Guys, looking for the final elimination. Down goes 90th minute. Down goes the potential final player, YALLA, and Vigors will grab Twists of Minds at second place as GEEKAY pick up another chicken dinner. That is 2 in one day.
2 in one day, followed only by, or they're following the footsteps of OOREDOO Thunder. So think about it. We have 2 teams that took 4 out of the 5 chicken dinners in just day number 2, really hogging all of the points. All the other teams in the lobby are like, come on, guys, like, can we share the points just a little bit? Like GEEKAY saying, no way at all. But wow, what a massive game for GEEKAY. And unlike the last Erangel game, they kept all 4 up into the very, very end.
And not to be too cliche, but again, I low-key do feel for a lot of these teams that massive circle shift down south where we basically shrunk the land availability 50%. That is harsh. However, and naturally, it kind of makes sense because the playing path was over to the west. Most of the teams technically thought that it was easier to control the eastern side of those later circles, but when so many teams thought that, it just weighed teams closer in that direction, and GEEKAY had so much space on that western side.
Yeah, smart minds think alike, and unfortunately, all those smart minds thought the exact same thing. But let's take a look at the match rankings and see how these teams did do points-wise. Of course, we have GEEKAY at the top, 18 Imperium, 18 eliminations.
Yeah.
We talked before about other teams. Oh, they hog the eliminations, right? And that they got to 11, kind of 13 eliminations.
Yeah.
18 found in this match.
It was so good. It was so good. Like, I was really keeping a close eye on how they were moving throughout those circles, right? And how they put a forward proactive amount of pressure at the top of the hill. Most other teams wouldn't have done that. Genuinely, most other teams wouldn't have done that. But GEEKAY knew that they had to kind of lay those foundations and, within reason, take a little bit of a risk, but it meant that the reward was not only more eliminations, but ultimately the chicken dinner.
OOREDOO Thunders, even though they only finished in, what, 5th place, something like that, it was because of all the solos down below in the water that they didn't quite get a higher placement. So I'm sure when they were finished, they're like, what? We got 5th place? How did that happen with only, so few players left in the lobby? But 9 eliminations to really push them all the way up into that 3rd place positioning. So, I mean, OOREDOO Thunders has just been playing out of their minds today. If I thought 4K was playing well, today OOREDOO Thunders has completely stolen the spotlight.
Yeah, OOREDOO Thunders GEEKAY, should I say, can certainly be heavy hitters in these games when they kind of really put it all together as we move on to the second page. The manager of GEEKAY actually followed me on Twitter. Thank you very much for the followed her back. So hope that I can kind of speak to the team and get a little bit insight as we move on to the second page. As once again, it's a poor result for the likes of NIGMA and R8.
Yeah, this is becoming the patterns, right? NIGMA Galaxy, almost time and time again, we see them kind of on the second half. And then Major Pride also, I can't really, I don't really have any sort of concrete memory of anything outstanding that they did today. Just kind of all just hung at this, bottom of the middle pack sort of situation. So it's just, I mean, some of these teams that we are going into the Super Weekend expected to do well are just not able to put up those numbers.
And that's the thing, like, it might sound like a broken record when we mention those teams, but it has been a consistent pattern that the only one Major Pride, R8, and NIGMA, and even to an extent RAD, they've had a little bit more success, arguably, but those teams have consistently been in the bottom standings of these games in today. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, Monica. But I think that's the case. And until that changes, we're of course going to continue to highlight it.
Yeah, we have the teams that, You know, usually we would think we would do well, and we can see them in the overalls right now. But the teams that are usually would do well, like NIGMA Galaxy, like Rad, like Pride, you know, aren't doing well. But it's opening up the pathways for these teams that we didn't really think that much of to really kind of perform super well. And
Wow.
is this, look at that tie at the very, very top of
Wow.
the standings.
Amazing. 3 teams with 2 chicken dinners. 126, 126, 107. The only thing that's putting Twisted Minds in front at the moment is those 69 placement points.
Mhm.
Nice. Followed very closely by
Nice.
OOREDOO Thunders, of course, with 65. And GEEKAY with 64. So the top 3 putting on a hell of a show. It certainly has been a little bit of a downhill day for 4K. Not wholly in a bad way, but I also think that they kind of got a little bit of a reality slap today that, look, you know, it's not going to be as easy as it was in day 1. So in day 3, I'd like to see them come back with a vengeance per se.
The I mean, GEEKAY wasn't really anywhere near this top
They
section
were
before today.
11th coming into today.
They were in 11th coming in today. They've gotten 2 chicken dinners, massive eliminations those games, and then had a couple other pretty good games otherwise. So they, I mean, this from 11th to 3rd, you know, that huge jump has really just, you know, solidified them up in the standings. And I think, you know, going into day number 3, they're going to be feeling really, really good. And I can't wait to see that 1v3 from that 3rd Erangel game up on Instagram. You know, definitely going to share that one.
GK scored 100. Sorry, not 100. They scored 83 points in 5 games. That's
Yeah.
a massive average. OOREDOO Thunder on a little bit of a similar note. They were coming into today on 36 points. So they got exactly 90 points. That's even better. So brilliant day for a good few of those top teams as we move on to the second page.
Of course, there's 2 sides to every coin, and what those teams are doing well, these teams are not quite there. I mean, at least NIGMA Galaxy has jumped up from, I think they ended the day yesterday in like 13th, something like that, jumped all the way up to 9th with 64 points. I mean, this is where, you know, Zero, I mean, we see YALLA, right? They were, I mentioned they were the only team in the bottom half that had a chicken dinner that was in the bottom half. Now they've, you know, climbed all the way to where they should be in the top half. But everyone down below, you know, they're eating the dust of the first half of the standings.
Like I highlighted that in the spring split, and if you would have watched, you would have known that back in the spring split, there was one team that did qualify for the finals with only one super weekend, and that was definitely like kind of wild and super unusual. So kind of take the team above them, that had 2 super weekends. They got an average across those 2 super weekends they played in of around 6.4 points per game. So realistically, at the moment, when we're kind of 10 games into this super weekend, we can kind of use that as a little bit of an idea. And at the moment, we look at the bottom 4 teams, give or take. So that's Triple Esports up to around Major Pride. They're all on less than 6 points per game. So at the moment, they're kind of the biggest threat of technically not making it into the finals. I know we're only 1 week in, but just something to kind of make note of as we move on into the tournament.
Yeah, the super weekend's so important to rack up as many points as possible, right? To try to get,
Yeah.
you know, into the top 16 for finals. We do want to take a look at the newest collection in game, though. That is going to be the Grizzly Bear card collection, and there is an opportunity for you to potentially get all the pieces of this item in one go. So this started yesterday, goes all the way into July 6th. Okay, Imperium, let's go for the last bear facts of the day.
Bears have a particularly good nose. Their sense of smell enables them to sniff food at a distance of several kilometers.
So you're saying when you go out into the wilderness, you better make sure you shower so they can't smell you from kilometers and kilometers away.
Don't they? Well, if anything, I would kind of low key say the opposite because if you shower, you're going to smell clean, and technically, you're not going to smell like Mother Nature, right?
Maybe shower with like forest smells.
Don't they say that the best way to survive against the bear is to kind of lie down and act dead?
I guess, but I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna
I'm
do
definitely
that.
gonna need to lie down after all this action. Yeah, let's just go to sleep now. I think that's our let's end on that note. Anyway, so thank you guys so much for watching PMPL Arabia. We're gonna go take a nap after that crazy day of day number 2. We'll see you tomorrow for a super weekend.
Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem.